Please. Hey, everybody. Thank you for clicking on. Welcome to Doofus After Dark for the day before the 4th of July. Little extra long intro there. Oakley's barking and not sure what about. Hopefully, she seems to have calmed down. Let me get my thanks for clicking on into the chat and say hello to LaPrue. Hello to Watching People Win or Fail. Hello, Bob Swagger. Thank you all for being here. It is indeed um, panel night, as the title says, and got some people going to show up on the panel. And if you'd like to be on the panel, talk about one of the subjects we're going to be talking about, let me know in the chat. And depends on how things go, but we're going to have a pretty good panel. Peace, love, sunshine. Thank you for being here. Hello, Sandy Foster, and a happy belated Canada Day. I said happy Canada Day on Canada Day, which is July 1st. For those that don't know, I was married to a Canadian Canadian for 18 years, and probably some of the most fun we ever had was watching Olympic hockey and yelling um, for our respective home countries, despite her being a U.S. citizen. Kind of weird. I got a story coming up. I think I got it. I might not have added it to the list because um, I didn't want to have a whole bunch of news tonight with the guests we're going to have on as far as the panel and the topics we're going to be talking about. But somebody's promoting the idea the United States invades Canada in order to get Alberta's oil. So things are a little crazy in the right wing of the United States. Cunning is here. Voodoo Unicorn is here. Cool. Let me go ahead and drop the link. And if you ladies, if you want to come up early, feel free to come on up. You can comment on the news, the news as we're doing it here, if you want. Not a lot of it to do, but again, thanks for clicking on. It is the day before the 4th of July. I'm hoping all of you have an absolute blessed 4th of July tomorrow, wherever it is, whatever it is you may be doing, and wherever you may be. Let's start out with a look at 4th of July weather forecast across the country. Pretty much clear throughout the west. A little bit of rain up in Wyoming area, possibly some storms in Denver and Minneapolis and through Nebraska. Sunny in Dallas, sunny in Santa Fe. Possibly a storm or two in Atlanta and Miami, New York and Boston. Those of us in this part of the country, looks like we're going to have a pretty good day for fireworks. So there you go. For fireworks, for cornhole, for hot dogs, apple pie, whatever it is that makes 4th of July for you. One of the things that I always like to do, I liked to do it on the 4th of July, is watch 1776. 1776, the musical. For those that are unfamiliar, it's a great musical written around the bicentennial in 1976. It's a musical with the founding fathers as the featured performers. One of the great songs is "Sit Down, John. Sit down, John. Sit down, John. For God's sakes, John. Sit down." And it's all about how John Adams is hated by almost everyone in the Continental Congress. It's humorous, and if you've never seen it, I recommend it. It has nothing to do with 1776 Restoration movement, and just might be something you want to check out if you're in one of those rainy areas and you can't get outside tomorrow. Another 4th of July favorite of mine is the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And of course, it is back tomorrow. Contestants weigh in ahead of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. This came out 2 hours ago from ABC 7. It's worth watching just for the guy in the straw hat that gives the introductions. It's, in my opinion, anyway. And plus Joey's from here. Joey's from about, I don't know, 15, 20 miles. Joey's about 50, lives about 15 or 20 miles northeast of me. So we, here in our state, we got the greatest eater of all time. He's not only the hot dog eating champion, he's like I don't know, there's a whole list. But anyway, those things will be going on tomorrow on the 4th of July as well. And let me clear off some tabs. And okay. Before the ladies pop up here and Telescope, I think Telescope might join us. I'm not sure who else is going to be up here, but the link is in the chat. And let me make sure it shows. There we go. The link is in the chat. So last night I had breaking news texted to me that the White House had been under lockdown yesterday, and there wasn't any mainstream media about it. There still hasn't been any mainstream media about what happened. There are there are rumors. One of the rumors is let me pull it up here real quick. One of the rumors is that that Biden died, and this is according to Snoops, who they make sure and try to police the internet of asshattery. No, this video doesn't show Biden's body being wheeled out of the White House. How extensive is this rumor? Newsweek has it picked up to try to say no, this isn't what happened. A video circulating yesterday showed the dead body of U.S. President Joe Biden and wheeled out of the White House. No. While it was undetermined what exactly the footage documented in front of the White House is, it did not show someone wheeling out the body of the president. Biden was alive as of today. The July 2023 video purportedly showing at least one body bag or casket being wheeled out of the White House went viral. Among posts that shared the video, some conspiracy theorists claimed that it showed the dead body of the U.S. president. Of course they did. That's how you connect dots, all right? And so you can probably find that. Why did it become relevant? Why did it become noteworthy so fast? A couple of reasons. I reported down in the comments of last night's episode that the newest information I got, that it wasn't any kind of gunplay, but it was a white powdery substance that had been found. Okay. There still is nothing in mainstream media about what this actually was. And we're going to play a few minutes of it here. This is from Penguin 6. Now, if you don't know who Penguin 6 is, an incredible DC vlogger. And he was just taking it.
If the fighter jets were up, this would be the best spot to see them.
Okay, he just said if the fighter jets were up, this would be the best spot to see them. that's another thing that's not highly reported. Fighter jets have been patrolling heavier than normal over the DC area.
But I have no clue when they'd be coming. And I could only just hear the sound, but when you hear the sound, well, it's too late. Those things are 4 miles up in the air.
Okay, this is what he was doing. He was just riding around talking. Then as he rides, what is this? What happened here? We got a commercial. All right, we got a commercial real quick. Here we go.
And they've got the crime scene unit has now arrived.
He noticed
the Secret Service crime scene squad is now on the scene.
Now the Secret Service
so
crime
we've had
scene.
something happen outside the White House. I don't know what. Let's see if we can get some photos from over here. The crime scene unit is out here. Other cops are out here. The whole road's blocked off. This whole 17th Street is blocked off. Got kicked down to 18th Street, which is a block away from 17th, which is a block away from 1600 Pennsylvania, the White House. So they've
moved him back from the 1600
put up a perimeter.
1600 block to the 1700 block to the 1800 block. They put up a 2-block perimeter around the White House and locked it down.
A lot of block in every direction. Not sure why. Something they found. Ooh.
Okay, and again, none of this has been on mainstream. We're jumping ahead.
If it has moved, then
okay, jump ahead a little more here. You can catch the whole video. Again, it's Penguin 6.
Okay, well, it looked like there was something on the ground, but it could have just been like a plastic sheet or a flag or something like that. Not something that would necessarily warrant a security alert.
Okay. Jump ahead just a little bit more. Still blocked. And here we go. There we go. That's the Washington, D.C. hazmat support unit. Okay, so jump ahead just a little bit more. Initial reports were gunshots around between 16 and 1700 block, which proved to be not true. Then hazardous materials on the 17 to 1800 block, which proved to be not true.
The truck that does nothing has now arrived. So we do have a situation. Apparently it's a hazmat on West Executive. There goes the Secret Service command vehicle. Oh, down there, guys. There we go. That's West Executive. And the hazmat crew has deployed on West Executive. That is the road between the White House and the Eisenhower building. And that's where the hazmat team is deployed. Okay. So we have a full hazmat response going down West Executive.
That's Penguin 6 right there. Now, let's come back to the end here. Again, watching the whole video is something I'd recommend when you have some time. I want to play the end.
Special record has that we have a result on the Gemini. We have a yellow bar stating cocaine, hydrochloride, pass number 53-2. Okay guys, that is the end of the story. There was a cocaine hydrochloride, which is a local anesthetic, but I guess some people abuse it. I'm not sure what the whole details are. They found it, I guess, next to the West Wing.
over on West Executive, but there's a Secret Service statement that's been put out. I haven't seen it yet. I'll try to get that up, put it on my post later today. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll show you.
All right. So he says, there we go. That's the end of it. My question is, why is there nothing anywhere on mainstream media? If there is any kind of any kind of cocaine found anywhere near the Biden family, and Fox News is not broadcasting it 24/7, I don't know, maybe they are, but I don't know. Just one of those things that make you go, things that make you go, We'll run down through the bookmarks real quick. I don't have a lot of them. Again, we're going to get the panel going here. I don't know what to make about this. It's clearly defender of Ant's van, and someone is tracking him through some small town. Now, in order to be able to get this shot, they have to be up ahead of him, know he's coming, know when he's coming. And to me, I don't know. Just wanted to get it out there in case you had not seen it, so you can discuss what is this, what's going on. We're going to be talking the panel tonight. We're going to be talking about UFOs. We're going to be talking about J6. This came in 17 hours ago, the Pentagon briefing on a UFO shot down over Alaska. We reported on this back in February. The object was not similar in size or shape to the high-altitude surveillance balloon, is a quote. At the end of the briefing, he called the object an aircraft. It was smaller than a vehicle, smaller than a small car. Pilots said they had no idea how it was getting propulsion. And we're going to discuss some of this stuff when we get the folks up here on the panel. Next few stories are about France and Europe. For those that don't know, riots have been going on. Started out as a 17-year-old youth being killed by a police officer during a traffic stop. Sounds very similar to things that have happened here. It is being framed by many as an Islamic revolt, an Islamic uprising, whatever you may want to call it. But this is for real. One of the things they have done is they let out all the animals at the zoo, as many as they could, and these are legitimate pictures of animals in the streets near the zoo. And now, okay, and it says exotic animals immediately get released. Their primary instincts immediately kick in. I don't want to estimate how many French people already got mauled and maybe even eaten by the carnivores among them. How many of these animals are going to be abused and slaughtered, and it's just the asshattery of things. The head of the Union of the French Entrepreneurs believes that the losses from the riots in France, estimated at over 100 billion euro, or over 1 billion euros, and that's, quote, without taking into any account the losses of tourism. Again, you can see most of France is on fire. This is the local police chief, and he says they aren't riots, it's a war. They, Muslim immigrant rioters, want to kill us. So again, in a lot of areas, it's being framed as it's a Muslim uprising. Um, Dangerous, very dangerous, dangerous times. All right, we are going to be talking about UFOs tonight. This was spotted in Las Vegas. And if anybody lives out there, make sure you're aware of this. Um, it's amazing. It is not a UFO in any way, stretch, or form. It is, I believe it's the Venetian. The Venetian. It's called the Sphere at the Venetian Resort, and it's in Paradise, Nevada. Has an exosphere made of LED panels, which are visible from several miles away. Tested first time on July 1st, and so I thought that was pretty cool because it's not a UFO, but I imagine it'll be tried to pass off as a UFO by some people, which is crazy because there's enough real stuff going on, including this from Edgar Mitchell, Apollo astronaut, guy that walked on the moon. Um, Done some other stuff too, but let's give it a listen. Hope it'll let it play all the way through.
In the military and an aviator for many years, I knew the pilots all over the world, military pilots, airline pilots, and encountered them all the time. Because I grew up in Roswell, I know most of the predominant investigators in the UFO field because of those Roswell connections. And so I have no doubts about it now.
Did your opinion change of UFOs before you went up?
I had no thoughts about it then, no knowledge of it, except for the fact that I knew of the Roswell incident because I lived there at the time.
What we're hearing is kind of some sort of UFO observation of.
Okay, let me. Okay, thank you very much. Just give me just a second here. Run through these, and we'll get to you. And thank you for being there. All right, I'm going to play the rest of it here.
Grew up in Roswell. I know most of the predominant investigators in the UFO field because of those Roswell connections. And so I have no doubts about it now.
Did your opinion change of UFOs before you went up?
I had no thoughts about it then, no knowledge of it, except for the fact that I knew of the Roswell incident because I lived there at the time.
What we're hearing is kind of some sort of UFO observation of perhaps our space program and NASA, launches. Is that something that you're aware of as well?
Yeah. I would not be surprised if we are under surveillance by alien visitors. I think they're interested in everything that we're doing.
What do you think, these visitors are doing here around us and around, these launch sites?
I think just observing our progress. They're looking to see what is taking place on this planet.
I think it's really important for us to keep in mind that someone of this caliber, an MIT grad, walked on the moon telling us UFOs are real. I think we need to listen to what he's saying.
Quick question.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to tell you to believe, disbelieve. Just going to give you things to think about, including this former Trump press secretary on her former boss. I watched him show documents to people at Mar-a-Lago on the dining room patio. He has no respect for classified documents. And let me bust through the. I think that's our last one of the bookmarks. Yep, it is. All right. So with that, I'm going to bring up one of our panelists at least. I don't know if anybody else is back there. It doesn't appear anyone else is there. So nope, let's do it.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, Lori. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Have you ever seen a UFO?
No, but I believe in aliens.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Do you?
Yes. Yeah, I've seen UFOs. I've had a
Oh, have
couple of
you?
I've had a couple of experiences that were just that weren't explainable and were just really weird. Yeah. I don't know
Can
if
you
I'll
tell
talk
us
about
about them?
I don't know if
No?
I'll talk about them tonight or not. Maybe, I don't know. But so what's been going on down there?
It's been hot.
How hot is it?
It's been the last couple weeks, it's been like over 110, like 106 to 110.
Whoa.
Yeah. My
Whoa.
cucumbers aren't producing cucumbers
You
anymore either.
They're not?
No,
No. I don't imagine you can water them enough,
I don't think so.
for real. What are they saying the heat index is? What's it feel like?
I think it went up to like 116 or something like that. It's just
Jeez.
so hot. It's just been so hot. Yeah, I had to take in like Vinny and Spike. I had to keep them inside. They're not used to that kind of heat.
Yeah. Yeah. They're Hoosiers, right?
They are. I'm from Michigan originally, so this is
We don't Hoosiers, yeah, we don't get to the 116 mark.
no.
You doing anything special tomorrow for 4th of July?
I think I'm going to be working tomorrow.
Are you? That's a good day to work.
I think so too.
Yeah. Yeah, people, especially if it's 116 degrees outside, people aren't going to want to get outside. Take care of yourself. Make sure you stay cool and hydrated and all that
Oh, I
stuff.
do. I
I know
do.
you will. I know you
But
will.
aliens is a really cool topic to talk about because it's like it's one of those things that we don't really know. Like there's no evidence that we personally have like right here, but I'm pretty sure, Barry, that there's got to be some other species that has intelligence like us, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. It's the one and only cunning stunt.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Did we get a glimpse accidentally? Oh, yeah, we did.
She was waving.
Hi, cunning.
I can turn mine too. There.
Hello, how are y'all?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Good.
I
Thank
can turn
you.
mine too. Mine says Dad, Doofus After Dark.
Daddy Doofus.
Where is it?
I'm sorry I erased myself.
You did.
Let me see.
Boomers.
Here, do this. There we go. Doofus After Dark. That's what Dad is. All right. Is GA coming on?
I'm not positive. She's trying.
Okay.
So
All right.
just
Hopefully
trying to
she will.
work around the schedule and yeah.
All
So
right.
she's gonna try. And I
All right.
wanted her to because I think she's more like whereas I totally believe in aliens, of course, and I've seen a couple of things that were unexplainable.
Yeah. All right.
She's
We'll de-
more like
we'll
meh.
de- we'll decide if we're going to talk about those things.
Okay.
All right. I think we might.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
mean,
I
people
yeah
roll their eyes and whatever, but
I'd like to have I'd like to have her up here to give to give that me you know.
yeah, exactly.
And we're also going to talk about J6, the January 6th corner and everything that's been happening there. And Lori's the only one that's actually been there. So um, we'll probably have to have some heavy content from you on that. All right. I'm going to run through these quick stories while you ladies are up here. There was a rare X-class solar flare today, wiped out radio signals in the U.S. That's from Newsweek. Honestly, it wasn't rare. It wasn't that strong. However, it did wipe out shortwave and maritime radio signals in the Pacific and in the West. There is, according to according to a lot of sources, the risk of a major nuclear meltdown at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and it has increased dramatically after the dam's destruction, and the fact that people are buying radiation pills over there. They're stocking up on radiation pills, which is never a good sign, in my opinion. Um, Vladimir Putin planning disaster worse than Chernobyl at Ukraine nuclear plant. Zelensky warns, and something that kind of, I don't know. I know why I think this is really a non-factor, but Russia deploys over 180,000 troops to two major eastern fronts. Um, would that put them in fallout zone from Zaporizhzhia? Depends on how the wind's blowing, and we're talking about a meltdown, not and we're talking about a meltdown of the um, reactor. We're not talking about an in-air explosion, above ground explosion where the force, the radiation, the heat, everything is um, in like a dome over a long distance from the top down. This is from the ground up, and actually there will be an explosion, and they have already cordoned off a circle 16 kilometers from the site, saying that is a permanent evacuation zone. So I feel like they know, both sides know something's going to happen. They're both blaming it on each other. And from the Russian side, they can say, we just deployed all these troops, and now Ukraine goes and blows this because of all the troops we have. We have no choice but to nuke Ukraine and the rest of the world. But hopefully that none of that is the case. And one final little thing I want to touch on before we just talk away is, do you ladies remember the Jetsons? George
Yes.
Oh, yes.
and
Yes.
Astro, Roro,
Rosie.
George, um, Elroy.
Uh-huh.
Well, the first flying car, called the Model A, has been approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. It is 100% electric. It has a 100-mile range, and it's the first flying car has officially been cleared for takeoff. So it is expected to be approved and to be on the market. Any guesses on how much they're going to be selling it for?
God.
$300,000 is
Wow.
Wow.
the initial price. So there you go. Get yourself one, and now it doesn't fold up into the briefcase like the one did on the cartoon.
Well,
But
forget it then. It's not worth the money. I was going to get one, but
I'll be
all right.
impressed. I'll be impressed when they have the ovens that you just go over and tell it what you want or something, and press the buttons in, and like the meals
Yeah,
just appear.
Back to the Future kind of went that direction too. They had one of those kind of machines, didn't they? Where you hit the button and the pizza just popped out.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think they
yes,
did.
they did.
But
But
That's
yeah,
I
what I'm
remember
looking
seeing it
forward
on the
to.
Jetsons, and I've been waiting for that.
free or food just being prepared as you when you think about it.
Yeah, you go push a button and the chicken dinner's there.
We're not that far off. We're only like 3 or 4 minutes off if you go to KFC,
Like DoorDash it.
It's
or if you
happening.
DoorDash it. It is happening.
Yeah.
We are, we're going to lose a lot of jobs and a lot of uh, occupations over AI and over robotics. We already have.
I agree with Nancy. I think this is just another way for the skies to be uglified and people just to get in more crashes and stuff.
Oh, it'll be like Jim Irsay, the owner of the Indianapolis Colts. It'll be people like that will have them, and and probably crash.
On
I don't
top of
know.
us.
It's but the future is rapidly rushing towards us. All right, let's get into the aliens here. And before we get going here, let's give like 30 seconds. Does anybody want to hop up here? Does anybody have an alien story? I know what's going on. She's not going to be quiet because we got fireworks happening all over the place out here. Hold on. Oakley! Sorry about that. Remember the traffic jams on the Jetsons? Yes, I do remember that. Butterflies, you want to come up here? Do you have a UFO story you'd like to tell, or would you like to? The dog's name was Astro on the Jetsons. Sorry.
That was one of my favorites. I liked that one.
The Jetsons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a big Hanna-Barbera kid. I liked the Jetsons and Scooby and Captain Caveman.
I'm wearing a Scooby Doo t-shirt right now.
Cool.
Actually, yeah. All the way.
Scooby all the way.
Yeah.
What was the little one called? Was he Scrappy or something?
Scrappy, yeah.
Yeah,
like
Scrappy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Jetsons, oh my gosh, yeah. Like
Rosie the robot maid on the Jetsons.
Yeah.
I'm ready to Max Flower. That's what I'm talking about.
It's too hot here too. Sorry about that. All right.
I just watched iRobot though, so maybe not.
Well, actually, that is a very potential outcome for humanity if we're not careful. So it's a good movie to watch. Have either one of you ever seen 1776?
No.
Okay, it's about the.
I have not, but I'm gonna watch it.
Watch it; it's fun.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy it. Have either one of you seen the Indiana Jones movie yet? The new Indiana Jones movie, Dial of Destiny.
I have not.
Do either one of you plan on it?
No.
I loved all the Indiana Jones movies so much. You know, my boys loved them and I did too. And I don't know if I want to see it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
If I'm ready to pass that torch.
All right.
You know?
I was going to give my review, but I may hold on. I may hold off then.
What about, I know this is silly, but the Transformers had a new one too.
Haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of them.
I haven't seen any new movies in a while, but that's one that I actually thought about going to see. I always liked the Transformers, and I had boys, so I grew up with Batman and Transformers and Marvel. And
oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Just the younger people think that everything originated with them, not realizing, oh crap, hold on.
My youngest son, he had such a crush on Catwoman when he was a little toddler. Halle Berry.
What? Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Halle Berry, that Catwoman. Oh my gosh! Well,
he'd fast forward the movie to where she would get really sexy there. Where she cut her hair and started wearing her cat outfit.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think anyway. How about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Oh yes. Love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Heroes on a half shell. Turtle power. Oh, all right. What do you want to talk about first? the J6 corner and all of that crap, or aliens and UFOs? Ladies, chat. Chat, what do you want to hear about first? Would you like us to discuss the J6 and things surrounding it first, or should we talk about the alien possibilities?
While we're waiting for any responses, Barry, I have a public service announcement.
Okay.
Anybody who has paid their fees for a 1776 Restoration Movement founding membership, the time is coming up now where they're going to renew automatically and take out your money again. So anybody who doesn't want that to happen needs to remember to go and unsubscribe so they don't get your money again.
That's a very worthy public service announcement. Happy to have that on here.
Yeah.
We've
Thank you
got
for
some
sharing.
people working on some stuff to go out on like Twitter and stuff to remind people. We'll have to hashtag it and stuff, but I'd like to get the word out.
Okay.
Because people forget.
We are coming up, not tomorrow, but what's tomorrow? Tuesday? The 4th of July on Tuesday? Yeah, okay. Wednesday, July 5th is the anniversary of the night they went in to occupy the mall, correct? I'm pretty sure it is. Somebody let us know. Am I right? Am I wrong? July 5th.
I think you're right. Well, was it the night before 4th or the night of the 4th they went?
No, I think
in the morning.
The day of the 4th, they all went down individually and watched fireworks and stuff. And then
you're right. Yeah.
the night after, or after midnight, so it was early morning of the 5th. They occupied the mall.
Oh, you're talking about 76. Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about 76. So we're kind of coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that.
Yes. And they've gotten smaller.
They've shrunk.
Oh my God. It's been a year, y'all.
It's so bad. It's so bad that their fearless leader doesn't even live stream his own little sad speeches to a couple little almost empty lawn chairs.
Are they still lawn chair centric?
They are.
Yes.
They are?
They're down in Tennessee now. Tennessee's stuck with them for 3 months. My theory is they ran out of money and they can't really get out of there, so they're kind of stuck there. They're not meeting any of their financial goals by any means. They're barely getting anything trickling in. Actually, they made a mention that they're waiting for those founding membership fees to renew so that they can have an influx of money. But their last, sorry, Cunning, I don't mean to talk the whole thing, but
no, please, no, please continue. Seriously.
They had some kind of thing. It was like Mom, Pa, and a Joe and a couple of them. I mean, like they're down to probably under 6 people.
Wow.
That go out and wave flags. There we go. And
wag flags.
Wag flags. I may have smoked a little before I got on.
Weed Tifa. Let's all go and smoke some reefer. Sorry, that was a flashback to last year.
But they get like at the most maybe 1 or 2 people at their little seminars and stuff, and
so what happened? Let's go back a little bit before we go forward to the J6 mall. Oh, a couple of things too before I forget. When GA is all ready and we're gonna have the 3 of you on the panels again. When we have the sex talk that got taken down the last time. In a couple of weeks, we'll have that, and I do have a hot pickle, um, just in case,
Oh, good. Yeah, I heard that.
and and now I'll probably have to buy a new banana in a couple of weeks, but the hot pickle may still be good. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway,
Let's talk about sex, baby.
get the craziness out there. For those that do not know, we had a panel. We were talking about um, sex after 50, and there was a DIY, a do-it-yourself video on how to make sex toys out of packaging materials. So there's a couple of inside jokes from that.
Banana
Uh,
peel.
banana peel, hole in the box, banana peel in the hole. All right, no, we're not going to go. We're not going to go there. Um, under 6, is that what she said? Um, I'm not
Do you
sure.
realize that Freedom Corner is really almost all it's Mickey and Nikki and Tommy Tatum and then 76 pretty much.
Okay,
76 morphed into 2 groups.
was Red Squirrel responsible for morphing them? What happened?
No, it was that some of them decided that that was the one that they wanted to attach to, was to that Freedom Corner.
Okay.
And they were live streamers. And
All right. What happened?
I tried to tell Mickey when I first got there, before I started protesting them, I went down to see how many 76ers were there. And I saw a bunch of them, and they were live streaming this stuff. And I tried to tell her about them, about the affiliation with the pedophiles and all that. And her and who was the Randy Ireland. I even muted and tried to have a nice private conversation with her and stuff. And they heard it, but then they just left it there. And I've got a theory that they needed those live streamers. They needed them. And they're 76ers that are all kind of didn't leave DC after 76 left DC. I don't think it had anything to do with Red. It had to do with that most people left and they saw the cash cow, the grift.
Moved to the J6. They saw the cash cow move to J6 Corner.
Yes, that's a cause that you can get people to give you money for. You had Mickey.
Mickey doesn't stream, correct?
No, she doesn't.
So they needed Chud, Storm Trooper, and they needed
Glory Hole,
Glory Beef. What's her real moniker? I don't
Glory
remember
be.
anymore. Glory B. Okay, all right. I didn't remember anymore.
It's hard to remember the original name.
So they needed those 3. Who else came from 1776 to the corner? Steve
Valentine.
David Valentine was part of 1776.
Yep.
Okay. And he took the money and ran. He took money and ran, right? Is that the guy?
No, that's Randy Ireland.
Randy Ireland. Okay, Randy Ireland and David Valentine are 2 different guys. Which one of them supposedly cut the cables at J6? Valentine. Okay.
Randy Ireland is the guy that he used to be he was the leader of a Proud Boy chapter over in New York. And he cut ties with the Proud Boys so that he could go and pursue other avenues, is what he told me. Pursue other things. That's why he had gotten out of the Proud Boys. And then he went down on the corner. And then, of course, there's allegedly, because I don't know, but Tommy Tatum even put it out in an article he wrote an article and published it that Randy Ireland had taken money, funds.
Okay. And Randy Ireland disappeared either shortly before that or at that time of the article, correct?
Oh, before that.
Okay. All right. So he disappeared, and then they came out and said, "Oh, by the way, he took all the funds."
Yeah. It'd been
Wow.
being said before that by I think it was probably Ant and AP and everybody yelling over from the other side, you know.
Okay. Are they getting paid by the Chinese? Are they being sponsored by the Chinese?
Well, it's on video, the Chinese giving out checks to people there, right?
It
Yep.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I didn't know that. All right. I was legitimately asking.
Oh yeah,
It,
no, I didn't.
the
I'm like,
Chinese are
to
the
me that,
Chinese. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Bite
Wow.
Tifa.
Huh?
Bite Tifa, I think, put a video out with them, and probably
Man,
the DC Rats did too.
Bike Tifa, Bike Tifa seems to be everywhere. You know, is Bike Tifa one person?
I met him.
You met
I
him?
like Bite. I can't help it. He's a
Okay.
yeah.
I
I met
don't.
him out on the lawn
Why?
when 76 was there.
No apologies. I don't think. You met him on the lawn. Go ahead.
No, yeah, no, I remember because I remember
Oh,
meeting him a few times, and he's a fun guy to hang around with.
he was accused of dumping water on somebody's car. Is that who was accused of that? They said it was chemicals and stuff, but it was like water from the fountain that had chlorine in it.
Oh, there's signs.
Huh?
There's signs.
No, no. The one guy's car. Um, they they had the hazmat team come down there, the fire department team come down there and test the liquid. Remember that?
Yes, the guy with the dog, Dustin or Dusty.
Yeah. Remember that?
Oh yes.
Wasn't Bike Tifa accused of that? Man, there's been so much happen over this past year.
Mike Tipo, I think, because they were accusing him of throwing
They're
stuff on
accusing
their
him
sign.
of everything.
I know now they're accusing him of everything. I think he just makes stuff up and says he did stuff just to like mess
Just
with people.
just to sit in their heads.
He does.
All right. So basically the J6 thing is just Mickey and Nikki, kind of, right? And Tommy Tatum. And then everybody else are just paid streamers to try to get the word out.
What do you think, Cunning? Because like most of them seem to be from 76 or affiliated with 76, don't they?
They do, yeah. And I mean the occasional, you have the occasional pop in by, the other players like D, and he brought Marcus Kopic with him, and Crystal comes by occasionally, and different. A lot of they're just in and out. Dom was there for a little while.
What
Yeah,
what happened? What happened to at the end? I'm jumping around timeline wise here, but at the end, Bunker Hill. When they left Bunker Hill, half of them went somewhere, and the other half went somewhere else, didn't they? Didn't they start like a camp in the woods or something? What happened to those people?
oh yeah, you mean
You can't.
the Q Patriot? Yeah,
The
I
what?
forgot about that. Patriot Q. Yeah, I think I could be wrong, but I think it hasn't gone far out there, and there's still like only mainly two people out there working on it, right, Lori?
I don't pay too
I'm
much
not
attention to
positive.
it, but I think I saw that Dusty or Dustin he's down there, and
Yeah.
they're just trying to like fix it up somehow.
They're
Okay.
still working on like basic things like, water and electricity. And I think they're like, don't get a lot done and try to cut corners. And I don't think it's going very well. So,
All right.
yeah.
How did um, the two guys, Danny and Taylor? How did Danny and Taylor? How far back do those two guys go in all of this? Um,
The People's Convoy.
they go all the way back to TPC
Yes.
with it from the start,
I
or
don't know the timelines. I just know that they both were at the People's Convoy. I don't really remember them, but like people that I know remember them. If that makes
okay,
sense.
yeah. Now, um, you got to the People's Convoy. The day comes where they say, "Hey, 5 of us are taking all the money. Screw the rest of you," or at least that's how it was portrayed to a lot of people. Um, which way did they go then? Were they with Santa, or did they go?
I think, and I think that Taylor was at the parking lot, but I can't 100% confirm that. I
You know
think
what?
he was the one.
He was on the mall with them because I remember him taking over Agnes's stream one night.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
I remember seeing him like video of him since then there.
at
Yeah.
the mall.
Yeah, with them.
Okay. What about the Danny guy? Was Danny 1776 too?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all, oh my God.
All right. So Danny and Taylor come to Freedom Corner and everything's cool. They're part of the community there. Is that until Taylor starts talking with Aunt? Is that
I don't know about Taylor, but I will say that for Danny, I think in every group that he was in, the People's Convoy and 70, I don't think he was a, like everybody was like, yay, Danny. I think he was a problem pretty much and the weird one out on
okay?
both groups. Because there's some people that were just like so far out there that, like during the People's Convoy, that most people would even, as crazy as everybody thinks we were, that we were like, man, they're really out there.
All right. Well, let's fast forward a little bit then. Taylor is found in the area of the Obama house, allegedly stalking the joint on video. Allegedly, what? What was he doing there? Your opinions, if you want to give them.
Go ahead, Cunning.
You answer. I don't know.
Okay, that's
I don't
fine.
know how to answer
We
that.
don't know. We don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and
Uh,
I'm hesitant to.
that's
I,
fine. That's fine.
What
It's
we do know is that they're lying about it on Freedom Corner. They're
what
not
do you
telling the truth because, like
what
Taylor,
are they saying?
well, they're trying to make it out like Taylor and Danny were aggressive and all this, and that they kicked them out, or that they tried to get him help, and they're just making these really silly little things up. But we all watched it because of the lives.
yeah,
And we
they.
saw kicked him out because he had an interview with defender of ants. And they had welcomed him in, they were fine with him. So he did that interview, and then when there, and they
Okay. Well, from the way I understand it, he wasn't very flattering to Mickey in the conversation he had with Ant. Is that right? I haven't heard it.
well, he believes that Ashley Babbitt isn't dead. And he voiced those opinions, and that definitely is not something that the person grifting off of Ashley Babbitt's death wants to be put out there, right?
Yeah, that's true. What do you think?
And it doesn't go along with their worship type narrative that they've got going around Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah.
They chant her name and yeah, and it all does. It all ties into the money.
Is
And
there
now the bad part is that they're using the things they're saying about Taylor are things that they knew about previously but didn't care about. But now they're saying those things are the reason that they kicked him out, and they're using it when, like Lori said, we all know the only reason is because he went against their cult rules, which is, don't talk to the outsiders. Don't, you're not allowed.
And
So.
Wow.
and Mickey tries to even like downplay. It's so weird how they do this. They try to like make what Tommy Tatum did down there being violent. That was really great, but she called it an eviction. He evicted Danny and Taylor. Well, they were sitting down there, and he came down there, and he threw their American flags on the ground. He threw their stuff down. He ended up, didn't he hit Taylor with, no, or maybe it was Danny. It was Danny with the flagpole. It might have been accidentally. I don't know.
Yeah, he was very violent about it, and my
They brought
God,
coffee
the audacity, the arrogance of these people, it, it just blows my mind.
in front of a
How so?
jail.
They think it's okay to go and treat people like animals and just get violent, throw their things around, do whatever they want, just because someone doesn't agree with them on every aspect. It just blows my mind. And I mean, nothing got done. He didn't. There was no accountability for what he did and how he acted. And he threw American flags in the dirt. Like, nobody, none of them thought
Yeah,
anything about it, said a word about it. It's so hypocritical.
that's true.
If I had to call the next one
All right.
that's lose it down there, it's Screaming Steve. I'd put my money on Screaming Steve.
What do you think Steve's going to do?
Well, he's already been arrested down there for assault because he couldn't control himself. And I heard him today on his live sitting there talking about how that was like a thing from God. Dude, he's going off the deep end and he's using religion. He thinks he's hearing from God. He justified his violence and Tommy Tatum's violence down there by using Jesus. That was his excuse, was Jesus. Overturning the Pharisees. What he doesn't realize is if he really knew his Bible, he would know that what Jesus did is he didn't hurt anybody, but he did take the tables and overturn them. It was towards the false teachers.
It was the
Making
money,
grifting
yeah,
off the people.
the money changers in the temple.
In the name
Jesus,
of God.
Jesus was upset because they were doing it in the temple. They were doing it in his father's house. That's why he had the righteous indignation that he displayed. Steve needs to take a few steps back.
Would you believe a year ago that man was like the peace, love in the People's Convoy? He was in the peace, love hippie. He was like an old hippie dude.
Steve was?
Yes, I used to go up and give him hugs. I mean, I hugged everybody, and he was like of that. He was in that peace one with his shofar. Is that what it's called? A shofar
Yeah.
that he blew.
Yeah.
That's so sad. And look at him now. Like, that's really sad. Like, it's religious mania. And you're right. He's using it to justify violence, you know. And Georgia is in the chat. Hi, Georgia. My BFF.
Just watched Hippie giving birth.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, congratulations to them. I hope the baby's healthy, and I mean that
Hope she
sincerely.
it.
Donations rolling in. I bet they are,
Oh yeah.
and they're going to be needed.
I just have to say, if someone had tried to live stream me when I was giving birth,
Oh, geez, are
I
you kidding
would
me?
have beat the living shit out of them. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
But you forget she yeah, they eat
Oh
poop.
yeah, she's used to.
yeah. You're right.
She's been in front of the camera a lot, you know.
Once you pooped on camera
Oh
and
my
done stuff on
God, I guess
camera, what else
nothing
is
bothers
there?
you.
No, it's
Lori, I love you. You just go there. I'm trying to find new and original ways to say fecal consumption, and you're like, you're just
Oh,
like, well, I just love you.
I love you too.
Barry,
okay.
can Georgia have the link, please? If you don't
Yes.
mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Um,
But I am so
absolutely.
glad. I hope the baby's healthy and happy and everything's good, you know, seriously. So that
Um,
is true.
and Big D was there for it, evidently. He, albeit live streaming it. He was in the location, so you know
Yeah.
I
that's.
think he was in the bathtub with her.
I don't know what to say to that.
I didn't watch. I've seen too much in my research.
They'll do a paper. Oh my God. Was that GA? Did GA from? Hold on. Let's see if it is. It
Hey,
is.
yeah, it was pretty freaking amazing, but you know, I had 5 kids, so I like watching births.
All right, I'm going to let you three take this for just a moment while I go. I'm going to go get a
You gonna take
refill.
a bath?
Uh,
Bubble bath?
no,
Oh, okay.
no, I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be
Not
like in a.
40.
No, I'm not gonna be gone for an hour.
But
Yeah,
I
birth is beautiful.
I've
It really
never,
is. I mean, it's
you know,
ugly but beautiful.
to give her some credit, I've never seen a woman give birth without at least 1 or 2 screams. And she did not. She was focused, and it was pretty fucking amazing to see. It really
Have
was.
you ever have you ever heard of fisting?
Of what?
Fisting?
No. Oh God, stop. No.
That's why. I've seen
Okay.
it.
Okay. I just wanted to I just
Lori, you scared her away, I think. Georgia,
Did I
come back.
scare everybody
I
off?
don't know. Georgia, come back. Eh,
Whoops. I'm sorry.
Georgia?
Did she get off?
Yeah, I don't see her. She might have tried to get back on and click the link again, but
There
Barry's
she
not there, I think, to. So anyway,
what do you think about like who do you think is gonna go next down there? Gonna be like violent, gonna kind of lose it and
Steve is very volatile. Like, I think, and you're right, he's coming to the edge. He's at the edge. But I keep expecting Tommy to get, because he pushes it and pushes it and pushes it, and I keep thinking, one of these times he's gonna snap and get caught. But I think you're probably right. Steve is really close to the edge, and I think you're talking in terms of like
Big,
the like big time go away, like not just the in and out in DC, but you mean like Taylor's, right? Like
yeah.
a more serious. I think Steve should really, especially now after what's happened, should really be more careful of how he words things, because he's walking a thin line, a fine line there.
Very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole thing with like with Tommy Tatum, he keeps being violent and he gets away with it, but there's so much there that just doesn't make sense a lot of times with the way the police act down there too. Because like Tommy Tatum, there's video out, you see it on Twitter and stuff where
Yeah.
he
I
of
I
him on,
have no. You know what? It's you know what I've decided is that, I know that they say that, we hear all the time about cops that let them in the doors and cops that led them to other places, but that were more friendly than others. And
Mhm.
I think that there are good cops and bad cops. And I think that it's very obvious that most of these cops down there are biased, very biased. And you're going to have that. And it's sad, but it's, we saw it in Bunker Hill. We've seen it time and time again.
But
And those are the people that helped do this, this horrible thing, like,
is
to
why
me.
I would think that they would be kind of against them. My thing is why would they kind of act almost like they're protecting them almost, or letting this all continue without letting people press charges when there's assaults and stuff like that. I guess that's where
Yeah.
I don't
I feel like they're chuds. And I hate using that word. And it's just, in my mind, the word chud has morphed into that bottom of the barrel type far right winger, the J6ers, the 1776ers, people like that. The word chud has kind of gone to that in my mind. And I feel like those cops are of that same type of mentality. Like to me, it's obvious. They're very biased, and and they're protecting the J6ers even when they see things with their own eyes. You know,
yeah. I mean,
Okay,
unfortunately, it's going to be that way.
we lost GA.
Yeah, she got kicked out, or clicked the wrong button, or did something boomery, and she was backstage. But she doesn't want to talk about J6 though.
Okay,
But
all
she's
right,
gonna go make dinner. She might be back for the aliens, I
okay,
hope. Or
all right. We'll you ladies continue on. I missed all the baby and birth, and I'm pretty glad about that. I believe. Um,
I think I scared her off. I'm
what
sorry.
did you What did you do,
Sorry.
Lori? Lori, what did you do?
Well, I started talking about some of the stuff that I've seen go in there. So
Oh my gosh, no.
Georgia was talking about how uh, Aubrey, or uh, anyway, how she got through the birth with, like, no screaming or crying, yelling, that kind of thing. And Lori reminded us all that if
Oh no.
it probably
Okay.
wasn't that much of a stretch, if you will. I guess, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Lori.
oh, I can't understand. I got to make you miserable with me.
Okay, that's the modus operandi, huh? I can't be miserable alone. I've got to take you all with me.
Sure, why not?
All right. Um, so Chud is for not just for Stormtrooper anymore. There are Chuds. I thought Chuds were just around J6 corner, but Cunning. If I came in on you were saying that they were. You kind of think anybody on the right wing now is considered a Chud. Is that correct?
No, no, not at all. I mean, I think different people use it meaning different things. It's used, a lot of people will use it just, anyone on the right or chuds or whatever. But in my mind, a chud is someone who is that it goes further. They go further alt right kind of thing, with that hypocritical Christian religion bullshit thrown in, and usually not very hygienic, not on the bright side, just stuck in that hypocritical, but they're violent, but that cult like thing. That, to me, that's what it's like. That's what it means to me
Is
when
it
I say
Christian?
Chad. It's like,
Is that what?
sorry,
You're cutting out,
you broke
Lori.
up, hon.
Oh, criminalism. I've heard term. Is that what Chud is?
I mean, I would say that I would say that all chuds are Christian nationalists, but not all Christian nationalists are chuds. Maybe something like that, or maybe the opposite even. It's kind of the same but different. I don't know. I mean, they kind of all have that same. Yeah, Max Flower, exactly. Yeah,
I think
Wow.
of
Christo-fascist.
I've just now seen what we are competing against. We're competing against the birth of a baby live on stream, and Sparky naked in bed at a motel with some guy live.
oh my god.
Yeah, it's been a really busy early evening on YouTube screens.
I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I've been very careful with who I've unlocked lately.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm not getting naked.
interesting. I'm sorry, you're not what? You're not getting naked?
I'm not getting naked. Sorry.
Oh, I
Uh,
thought we were supposed to be naked. I'm
yeah,
sorry. Uh-oh, hold on.
that's why I don't have the camera on. Hang on a minute. Let me
I'll be
put all this
back.
back on.
Great, Georgia. Georgia was naked. She's cooking dinner naked. Oh my God, we got the wrong email.
Just do not fry bacon.
Never.
Never fry bacon naked.
You'll only do it once.
I think
We had that. Yeah, I had that last night. Butterflies. Trumpers booing Lindsey Graham in his home county, the county of his birth, the county that started his political career. Um, Booing him and calling him a traitor. The Trump people overwhelmed the Lindsey Graham people. It was amazing to watch.
Do you think that Trump set him up for that?
Yeah, of course he did.
Because I can tell you that the Trump people do not like Lindsey Graham, and he's been booed in airports and all kinds of stuff.
Well, he deserves it. He's a flip flopping bootlicker.
Yes.
Sorry, with
No,
all
Yeah,
due
he is.
with
he's
all due
establishment.
respect.
He's establishment. There's establishment on both sides, and they're both just as bad. And he's establishment. He's all about getting Lindsey Graham reelected.
What do they think down there, Lori? What do they think down there about good old boy Ted Cruz? Is he loved in Texas? I mean, most states, to be honest with you, it's like, okay, all the politicians suck except ours. You know, does Texas? Do you hear that? Do you hear support for Ted Cruz or disdain for Ted Cruz, or do you hear about him at all?
I haven't heard about him at all, but I haven't really talked to anybody about Ted Cruz. I will say that their governor, is it Abbott? I think
Yes.
I think a lot of them don't really like the reason that they, and this is just me, you know, but I think that he's not very good. but it's better than Beto or the Democrat platform. So they'll vote for him, and I think that's how he keeps getting in. And he's establishment too.
It appears Echo is standing in the pasture naked and is thankful that the mosquitoes are not big in Texas.
Damn, I'm going out back.
Get a video of him with a butterfly landing on him, Lori.
Hurry up, get back in here and live stream it.
Uh-oh, Echo, you're in trouble.
Start a quick only fans or fans only or whatever it's called.
Oh,
Slugbug Love says we used to love Ted, but he's starting to act like Abbott. Totally photo shoot. Yeah.
he just sent more people from the border down to, where did he do this time? He sent them to California. The first time he sent them to DC in the middle of winter. I don't know what the weather's like in California right now, but he just sent a bunch of people down to It's all for sensationalism.
It's playing with people's lives.
But it is.
These people come to the country for, whether you agree or not, they come for a better life, and they can't speak the language. They don't know the culture, and they're told to get on a bus, and they ride a bus for 36 hours, and then they come out somewhere where they have no idea where they even are. I mean,
That's
that's
horrible.
that's
In the
tough to
That's
freezing
me.
abuse.
cold. Do not forget the free. Now they come from, a lot of them they came through a very hot area, right? And then they got sent over to DC. That was like in the cold, wasn't it? In the middle of the winter.
That's true.
You get it. Because I remember being upset about that those people were just dumped off for his little photo stuff. But then how long did they have to stand out in that cold and stuff? And just he's playing with
Yeah,
people.
these are human beings. They're using humans,
Yeah.
to make a point or to. I mean, my God.
For show, so that they don't have to actually do anything about the issues. They do these big shows, these grand gestures.
Okay, so
It
go
reminds me
ahead.
of live streamers. You do there, and I'm just not saying all of them, but there are live streamers out there. I see them all the time on YouTube, and they go out and they have to do big grand stuff to get people to watch them. They have to go troll other sides or do this or that.
Yeah.
And then they have to, each time they have to do something more and more. They
Right.
have to, it moves the goalpost every time. And we've kind of seen, a little bit of that side. It's like you have to get more vile or more crazy or more drunk the next time or whatever, to keep people interested. And it's a vicious cycle.
But our
Right.
politicians are doing it too.
They are, and I'll tell you, I am really at the point where I just trust. And it's sad. I trust no politicians, none. I don't believe any of them. I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? If you're trying to get my vote, you're not. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of them not doing their jobs. Govern. Stop traveling. Stop doing this. Stop doing that, and govern. Do what you're supposed to do.
What do you think about somebody that gets elected governor and immediately starts running for president? I mean, where's the public service in that?
He's just. I mean, it's all about getting ahead and winning that next election, and yeah. I mean, it's pathetic. That's so pathetic and obvious.
Okay, I'm going to pop something up here and share it on the screen in just a minute. But first, because I want to talk about, we talked about the southern border. I want to talk about the northern border. What about these? They don't really impact the two of you as much as it might those in chat. So this may be a chat topic, chat centric topic. There's nothing wrong with that. The wildfires in Canada. We just lost Lori. The wildfires, huh?
I said, uh-oh.
The wildfires in Canada, Cunning. What do you think?
I think it's very, very odd how they started. Like, I mean, I guess it's that maybe it's that time of year. I don't know if it's like that there. I'm not that familiar with like their weather patterns and if they have fires every year, but
They do
it
have
just seemed like
fires
they
every year.
started
This,
do they? It
yeah,
just
but
started all over like really close together. I mean, in timing.
and why aren't they trying to put them out?
Yeah,
You know, I
I
mean,
don't know. I don't. It doesn't make
because that
sense.
the reports I'm getting are they're fires are burning and they're not in a hurry to put them out. Okay, Lori ran out to the pasture to see if Eddie was really naked, and she just popped back into the back, and he must have really been naked because she just disappeared again.
That's our answer, I guess. She'll be starting a live stream any second.
There she is. So, what's the report? Lori? Hello? I don't know. Maybe it's me. Can you hear me, Cunning?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Oh,
she disappeared again.
she's. I think he's got her in a tizzy, and her hands are shaking. She can't find the
Her
right
knee,
buttons to
her
push.
hands are shaking and her knees are weak.
Yes, I think we know the truth now. He is naked in the pasture.
Naked in the pasture, and them skeeters are going to carry him away. Redheaded stepchild. Oh my God! I just admitted I watched Sparky naked, and yes, I do believe there were boobies shown on one of those lives. Uh,
Wow.
Naked Eddie says the wildfires in Canada. What is Canada's forestry policy? Do they ban or discourage cutting of underbrush like the West Coast does?
That's a good question.
It is
And
a very good question. I don't know the answer to
Sandy
that.
Foster, Sandy Foster, are you still in here?
Sandy's
Or do we have any
Canadian.
Canadians? Yeah, I'd like to know that too, because a lot of it just doesn't make sense to me, and all of that information would help it make sense, maybe. But
I don't know.
yeah,
Canadians might not be coming back into our chats. I want to share something here real quick that I thought I had in the news, but I had cut it out. Meghan McCain, Meghan McCain, John McCain. Meghan McCain amplifies plans for the U.S. to invade Canada to quote take Alberta's oil end quote. This came out 12 hours ago. Um, so that's not. She looks a little bit like Corinne.
Mm-hmm.
she does look like Corinne. Yeah.
Self-described rabble rouser Meghan McCain, John McCain's daughter, used her influential social media platform to amplify an idea, comic idea. She says, an American invasion of Canada. So wrote the presumably tongue-in-cheek invasion idea, presumably because that'd be freaking stupid to to talk about right now with everything going on.
Yeah, seriously. Timing.
I would think anyway. You know, why would we want to invade Canada? I mean, they got great fishing up there. That'd be the only reason I'd want to. Well, they do have some pretty girls up there, but we got more than enough down here.
Well, I have been
Even
watching Letterkenny, so I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it is the one of the funniest shows I've ever seen. I swear to God, and it's done in Canada by Canadians, and it's making fun of Canadians, and it's a
they,
fantastic show.
they've got a great sense of humor. There are a lot of them do anyway.
Yeah,
Um,
they do. They do.
Lori, are you there?
I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
listening.
All right. All right. So, naked or no? Do we know?
Well, he came in with clothes on.
All right.
So I think I missed the show.
Nancy says, no interest in seeing Sparky naked nor anyone giving birth in.
Yeah, she's a good looking
Oh
man
my.
naked outside.
A tub of feces water. Okay. Ah. I was starting to get hungry, but I
I
have
wonder if they'll bottle it
absolutely
and sell it online.
no appetite for anything at all right at the moment. Ooh, that even made me sweat a little bit. Jeez.
Me too. Oh,
Ugh.
threw up in my
Feces
mouth a
water.
little.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Naked elderly people dropping the N bombs. Oh, is that what's happening
Yeah,
in the Sparkies? They're dropping the N bomb? Dang, man.
yeah.
You know,
Uh,
Really sad.
go
Doofus,
ahead.
I want to make sure that I say this though. That one of the reasons that I guess I keep poking on this is because I find it. We have not really talked much. We, as in me, and a lot of us that were protesting, did not talk about the aspect of naughty girl Aubrey being in a parking lot with children and being the person in charge there, and stuff. That and with pedophiles, she does underage role play for pedophiles online, and that's just as bad as having Marcus Kopak there.
I agree.
And so I may make these little jabs or whatever, but it's because I find it absolutely disgusting that somebody like that was anywhere near a child, and now to have a child. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, I hope the baby is doing great and everything, but I feel sorry for that child to be born into
So do
that
I.
world.
Yeah.
Did somebody come in? No. Okay. All right. Well, Lori, you have never seen a UFO?
No.
Okay. Have you? Let's start out. Let's start out with um, UFO movies. All right. Alien movies. What's your favorite alien movie, or do you have one? Have you seen any of them?
Do you remember the series V?
I do.
Oh, that was one of my favorite. I read the books, watched the
Um,
TV shows.
that's the one where the aliens were like insects, and you got this thing in your back. Is that right?
No, they were reptiles, and they wore like people suits.
Okay, which one am I thinking of? There was a TV series where they were like insects. Maybe they were reptiles. I don't know. They wore people suits in V.
Yes, they
Okay.
like had something on them that they looked like us. They came here looking like us, but they were really like reptiles underneath.
Okay, the one I'm talking about, they stopped every day at set times to pray to like the king bug kind of thing. And some of the people um, got like turned into they could take this thing and put it on their back and it would grow into them and they could become one of the um, I don't know, one of the creatures. Klaatu Barada Nikto. The day the earth stood still, I believe. And Klaatu, um, there was a band called Klaatu, and everybody thought it was the Beatles back in the day. Yes, Lynn Smith, the Sparky and some guy were naked on their stream. Could currently be going on. We're not monitoring that. And the baby has been born into a giant tub. Um, and wishing them the best.
Lynn's right. The alien movies were probably the best.
The Alien with Sigourney Weaver.
Yes.
You know what? My favorite alien movie is Earth Girls Are Easy. I
E.T.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, what was it then? That was my guess. I
Oh
thought he.
no, Earth Girls Are Easy.
Oh, Earth Girls Are Easy.
Yeah, I would love
Uh,
for aliens to be like that.
did either of you ever see When Martians Attack? The only way you could
Is
kill them
is
with
that a
a
black and
real.
white one?
No, it's a really stupid colored one. Colored film. Um, the the only way you could kill the aliens is by this real high pitched scream, and
Oh,
their heads
Mars
would
Attacks.
explode.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah,
God, that is the best movie. That's a great movie.
it's a comedy. Um, my favorite was probably Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Richard
That was
Dreyfuss.
an amazing movie.
It
Yeah.
really was.
Oh,
What's the
But
Hitchhiker's Guide to something?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes, that was good.
There's, of course, Independence Day. Will Smith, Michael, what's his name? Isn't it Michael? What's the guy's name? Jeff Goldblum, not Michael at all. Jeez.
Mm.
Um, Jeff Goldblum. And Earth Girls Are Easy. Nancy loves that too. Um,
Men in Black.
Men in Black. Um, I don't think that, when I first saw that, I thought, man, how far fetched is that? I don't think that's far fetched at all anymore. I think we've had a Men
me
in Black,
neither.
you know.
It makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
They just make it funnier.
Okay, does anybody remember the Martian on the Flintstones?
Oh yeah, the little guy that flew
L-
around, little
yes,
tiny.
yeah, he'd pop up and had a like clear helmet on. Uh, I don't remember what his name is. I should, but I'm getting older. Earth Girls was Earth Girls Are Easy was the first time Nancy saw Jim Carrey.
Mork and Mindy.
Kazoo. Thank you, Tommy Temper. Exactly right. The Great Kazoo was the name of the alien in with Fred and Barney in the Flintstones. Yes. What
Do
were
you
you
remember
saying,
Mork
Lori?
and Mindy?
Mork and Mindy. Yes. Nanu nanu. Yeah. All right. So we've had different views of aliens, and then Alien and Predator um, with
Ooh,
Arnold.
that was a good
So
one.
so we've had aliens that look like our worst nightmare. Predator alien, the alien in Independence Day. We've had funny looking aliens. Now I go back to a TV show that was called My Favorite Martian, and the guy actually had rabbit ear TV antennas come out the top of his head.
Yes, I
Uh,
remember that one.
you remember that? The
Yep.
same the same guy that played Uncle Martin, who he was the Martian, was the teacher with Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High,
Yeah, I liked him as an actor.
and the
Yep,
human
yep, yep.
in My Favorite Martian went on to be the Incredible Hulk on TV too.
I didn't know that.
Ray Walston, wasn't it? Ray Walden, Ray
Walden.
Walston, something.
Walton. Yeah.
Ray Walston was the Martian, and was his name Tim? Tim something that went on to
Yeah,
play
Tim.
uh, went on to play the Incredible Hulk. He was the doctor. Lou Ferrigno turned in when he turned into the Hulk. It was Lou Ferrigno. The Last Starfighter. Lynn Smith put out there. All right, so do we have? We've got Congress having public hearings, discussing uh, UFO, UAP, and alien life forms. We've got NASA having public hearings discussing these things. We've got whistleblowers, people coming out that say they have advanced knowledge. I had a story tonight where we shot down an unidentified flying object over Alaska and retrieved the parts in February of this year. How much how much more do we need to be able to do we have to have an actual alien press conference? And if we do, will people believe it then? The two things I want to throw out.
The thing is can we ever believe them? Like, if they tell us something, anything for sure, we're going to know that that's only a tiny amount of the truth, you know? So, I mean, I think it's time and I think they need to be honest, but I don't know if it's going to happen, really.
Honest
More.
politicians, I don't think will really get honesty, but it'd be nice to get a little bit of truth.
So what do you think? I mean, is that what it's going to take? Is it going to take an actual press conference and aliens standing up in front
Yes.
of of the world? And
Yes.
will that
Yes.
okay, would that do it for you two? If you two saw that happen, would you go, okay, there's no doubt there's no doubt there's aliens among us?
With AI, I'll believe it when I like see them here. I mean, like I already believe they're here, but
Me too. I already believe it.
I want to see with my own two eyes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, it's almost like we can't even believe our own eyes now.
Yeah, with AI, with um, I mean, AI can create both visual and audio and everything. It takes time. It's not just like a magic thing that anybody can be duplicated. But
Like
uh,
a press conference with, live with everyone there pointing cameras and ship comes down, lands, they get out, they talk. That I would believe, I guess, if I saw that. But they're already here. I mean,
Lori,
obviously.
what do you think, Lori?
I think they're already here.
I mean, would you believe it? Would it have to be like a craft come down and land? They get out of the craft and
I'd have
or
to see. Yeah, I would be excited a little bit if I saw it on the news live somewhere, maybe. But I still want to. I'd want to see it.
are they here for? Okay, let's just assuming they're here and assuming they've been here. Are they here just to observe us, or are they somehow manipulating our environment or us?
I have a theory.
Let's
I
hear it.
Well, I'm not a Christian, right? So
That's all
I
right.
I'm agnostic, and I have a little theory, which I don't know it's really true, but I think that aliens are probably responsible for us being here, period. And so I think they've been in and out of us all, and not in and out of us, but in and out of our civilization. Like with the pyramids. Um, People probably saw that a lot of the gods might have been aliens. That started that. I just kind of think that they are so far advanced. In order to get to us, they'd have to be so much more advanced than us. That's more likely to me than a supernatural god is that the aliens came, and whatever reason I don't know what the reason is. I don't know if it was just to watch us. I don't know if they wanted us for I don't know. But I think that they might have been the reason we're here, and I think they've been watching us or involved, probably involved. It just had to change because we got more technologically advanced, and we got out of that part of us where, like, you know, like the superstitious, real superstitious, and we started to believe in aliens and all that stuff. So I think their tactics would have to change to control us.
Cunning.
I I agree with so much of that. Like a lot of that is ancient alien theory, actually, and you know, if I mean, I don't know if I feel like if they've been around since the beginning, you know, and before the beginning, then to me it stands to reason they're not here to hurt us or destroy us. It's more like they are observing. It might be some type of experiment way back to see what would happen. Um, and at this point, it's probably, it could, well, not probably, but it could be that they're watching over us to make sure we don't just freaking, you know, destroy ourselves and the entire planet, like at this point, really. And I kind of feel like all of this has happened before, maybe many times on our Earth. I I feel like we don't know all there is to know about our own planet, even, and there have been, you know, certain mechanical type things found and different, you know, cutting ways of cutting big stones and moving things and all that, that it show they're out of place for the timeline that they were found in, and for the, you know, they were dated so far back they shouldn't have been there or existed. So, you know, maybe this has all happened before civilization. You know, civilization starting, rising up, learning, growing, evolving, you know, and
Getting wiped out, starting
and
over,
wiping ourselves out. Yeah, I mean,
learning,
that's
growing,
kind of how we
progressing.
are as humans, unfortunately. Like, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a theory.
I
um,
agree with you, Cunning. I think it's happened probably. I think we have cycles and stuff, even with our environment. You know, the ice ages and all that stuff. I mean, who knows how much they're involved with it? But I think we've had some techno. We may have been through this before. I don't know how many times.
I had this piece in both last night.
I ran
Oh, hold on.
for
And
office.
last night's show and the night before, um, about Jimmy Carter being told about aliens, and the fact that all the presidents before him had been told on a limited basis that aliens were among us. And Carter, being a devout Christian, um, kept his Christianity, but did not ever go out of his way to um, refer to himself again as necessarily born again or evangelical, because what he was told is that aliens not only made us, but they had created the religious systems in order that we may not destroy each other, which is what Lori was saying. Um, and in order to do that, they would have had to been here for a very, 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 very long time, which goes along with what you were saying, Cunning. So that's why I wanted to point it out. Um, the next thing for me to ask the two of you and everybody in chat and everybody listening is, does it make it easier to accept that the stories of Jesus might have been true, and he might have been an alien that just looked, he's not going to look like the pictures that the artists of Europe create. We don't know what he looked like. We don't know if what we call African Americans might have been the very first creation. We don't know so many things. And yet, if indeed we are just nothing more than part of a big experiment from alien life forms, would it make it easier to accept the concept of a salvation figurehead, such as those of us that are Christian, that we traditionally refer to as Jesus? Would it be easier to accept that with the idea that, well, he wasn't from here? That's why he did all the things. Or does it make it a total um, a total wipeout of any foundation of faith at all? And it's just like, we're nothing more than lab rats.
I think it's a combination of both, really. Like, it, thinking of Jesus being an alien makes more sense to me, honestly, than a lot of the Bible. I'm sorry, but you know,
Well,
of,
if we think about a lot, hang on, if we think about a lot of the Bible, Ezekiel's wheel, it's a wheel in the sky that's on fire, and its wheels turning around within other wheels, and it kind of sounds like that might have been a spaceship. And some of
yeah,
the strange and
absolutely.
some of the strange creatures that are described, especially in the book of uh, the Revelation of John about Jesus Christ. Um, the Some of the creatures, if you consider alien life forms, some of those creatures may not be so outside of the box, if you will, because they're not what we're used to on Earth. Things that look like multiple animals put together. Speaking of which, um, Max Flowers said that she had read an article where someone had information that we are basically, humanity is basically a a um, a mating, a blending uh, of what was it? Um, Monkeys and swine, I think. Is that what it was, Max? Would you put it back in there real quick? And again, this is, this is obviously it's all speculation. It's all just tossing things out. A hybrid. Thank you. That we were a hybrid of uh, the genetics from swine and the genetics from the ape line, so that we are indeed our own unique line of species. But as far as evolving out of that we were once lizards, and the idea of evolution, um, and the idea of creationism, it may actually lean more towards creationism. Monkeys
Just
and pigs. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Max. Go ahead.
I don't think that they'll buy that, honestly, the more dogmatic.
Oh, no, I think, no. I know there's a percentage of the population who are just going to light their hair on fire and want to kill anybody who says anything like this, you
Right.
know,
Well, do
because
you,
because they will automatically say, it is heresy, and
yes. Did you
it,
read that Left Behind series? Do you remember that? That
I
came
did
out.
read it. I read the whole thing. Absolutely.
I did too, and I think that's where, if I remember right, where I started hearing about kind of that theory that when the rapture happens, that people won't believe it. The way that people who are left behind would have to explain it is aliens, because a bunch of people just disappear. I remember that from that book series.
What if the rapture is a giant mothership that comes down and only takes 122,000 worthy people who have risen to a certain level of, I don't know, maturity for lack of a better word, uh, and take them to start the next, take them up to start the next cycle. If indeed we have been doing this over and over and over.
Well, I'd
Um,
hate to leave y'all, but
oh, I know you'd be one of them. I have no doubt both of you would be one
Bye,
of them.
Lori. Well, I am an alien, I'm pretty sure. So I think I'll be up there, asking where the bathroom is on the mothership. So
you can help me find the smoke room.
I will, yes.
The real question is, when they get here and they get us, would you rather be in a circus or in their zoo or be a pet?
Lori, that's an incredible question. What were the three choices? Chat, if you would please play along with us here for just a couple of moments.
If the
Lori,
aliens come, you got to decide which one you
one,
want to
two,
be
or
doing.
three. This is like what is it? Murder, Mary, and
Kill? No, murder, marry, and have sex with.
yeah.
Wait.
That who's laughing? Lori, are you laughing?
Yes, I'm laughing.
Okay, murder, Mary, and screw, right?
Yeah, I'd
Or
rather be a pet, I think.
make
Okay,
whoopee.
so
Okay,
we've
so
got number one.
the
Number
choices
one is
are one is
circus.
circus, so you have to perform in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
Okay, number two is
Zoo.
zoo, where you just sit around and throw your poop at people.
You can mate.
Well, you can't mate in a circus.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you'd probably end up with hybrids.
And then
All
there's
right,
pet.
pet, where you're an individual's. Uh, yeah,
They dress you up and put a little collar on you and take you out.
I
I
want to be a pet, yeah.
I had I had a couple of those already, but they were called submissives. They weren't.
Would we be called
All right.
furries then?
I don't know. Would you if the costume was an animal costume, if you were dressed up like, Rocket J Squirrel from Bullwinkle and Rocky, uh, you might be a furry. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on a sec. You talk for just a second here. Let me look for something. Circus, zoo, or pet? Circus is one. Zoo is two. Pet is three. If you'd play along with us for just a second. Was that on Twitter or was that on
I'd want to be carried around in a little
YouTube?
purse and having somebody brushing my hair and painting my toenails, put me in cute little outfits.
Yeah, but you know what? Those are the good pet owners, like the Paris Hiltons of the
Yeah.
alien world. Then you're going to have like the people
Red
that do
squirrel pet
cockfighting
owners.
and dog fighting. Yeah.
Oh no,
So it's like I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
is Red Squirrel going to be your owner?
oh
Yeah,
no,
definitely don't want to be that pet.
no.
So does that change any? You know, does that change any voting? Would it matter? It would matter, of course, who your owner was if you were a pet. I think I'd probably have to just go zoo or not zoo. I don't know, zoo or circus. I don't know if I'd want to be somebody's pet.
I don't know. Circus is like blue collar. You're going to have to work really hard. You got to practice every day. You got to do the shows. I'm thinking logical here. I'm like,
I
the
think
All
zoo,
right.
you got people
Yeah,
staring at you, but you're fed and you
yeah,
can,
we've got the time. Let's think it out. Let's don't rush
yeah.
to a vote.
I think
Yeah.
I'd still go pet and just go for like a really, really dramatic escape if I had like a bad owner, really dramatic escape, get in the news, hopefully the alien news, and then alien Paris Hilton will see me, think I'm cute, one of those ugly, cute dogs, you know? Do that. Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know.
Think of the zoo, man. When you go to the zoo, everybody goes there to see the animals, and you're watching everything they do. And you think of the monkey island. You know, you're watching
Oh, yeah.
do the
People are
cool.
going to watch you have sex. They're going
Yeah,
to, like, oh my God. I don't know.
I don't
Oh,
like that.
okay. All right. So that's that. Pet, the downfall of the pet choice is you don't know who your owner is going to be. Downfall of the zoo choice is that people are watching you all the time. Okay, so that would be like the IP2 people. They would choose zoo, right?
Yes.
Well,
Because
That would be them.
maybe circus though, because they like to entertain.
Yeah, but
okay,
it's a lot of work. People like someone like, say, Oreo. He wouldn't like all the work in a circus. He wouldn't like that.
They
He'd want
remind,
to be in a zoo, everyone looking at him all the time, you
but
know?
Connie, do you remember those guys back in the day that would have like a monkey on their shoulder, and you give him money, and he'd go out and he'd do
organ
funny.
grinder.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what I
yeah.
think of the some of the IP2 people. Like it's like, okay, pay me, I'll do something, I'll
That's
dance
so
and look
true.
good.
Yeah. That is true. They're willing to work for their money. They
Yeah,
are. That's
peanuts.
true. Put on a show, dress silly, do whatever. You're right.
Max Flower brought up a movie, Slaughterhouse-Five, and if you
I
haven't
have
seen
never
it,
seen that, but I want
see it.
to.
Yeah, the guy ends up in a human zoo as a porn star.
Holy shit.
You know, I got my hot pickle.
Does it bounce? Oh,
Get stuck with
fireworks.
naughty girl Aubrey.
Hey, um, crap!
Oh,
I was going to say something serious too. um, that had to go along with all this. Oh, another movie. Um, along in the same time frame as Slaughterhouse-Five, was called Soylent Green. Did anybody ever see Soylent Green?
yes. Oh my God.
Freaked me out.
Terrifying to me. Yeah. Really freaked me out. And I still think about it now.
I do
Like,
too.
you know,
I do too. Lori, you never saw it?
Never saw it.
Okay, we're still waiting for you guys to vote over here in the chat. Okay, 1,
How
2, or
about
3, and we're still discussing it. And as far as the furry thing goes, I just want to share this real quick that I found earlier. Um, somebody says they are turning Minnie Mouse out. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but
yes, girl.
I think this be the definition of a furry.
She is twerking. Look at her go. Go, girl.
There's a lot of twerking going on at this beach party, including from this guy, Phineas, I think. Is that his name? Cartoon character. So yeah, this is. There you go. Did I lose everybody, or everybody get real quiet?
That gives a whole new meaning to the term Magic Kingdom. Am I right? Seriously.
You never know what you're going to see on here. It is honestly like your public access channel on the old cable streams, the old cable lines, where every provider had to provide a channel so the public could access it to do whatever they wanted, and that's where Wayne's World came from. Like they were public access, so you never know what you're going to see here. Lori, you don't have any comment about Minnie Mouse.
Wow.
She's twerking. Hold on.
Wow.
Oh,
I went
Lori.
to Disney World years ago, and I don't remember nothing like that being there.
No, that wasn't. Yeah, to be clear, that was not at Disney World,
Oh,
or that had nothing to do with Disney World. That was at a private actually a public beach party. They just had the costumes on.
oh, now it makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they were just out partying in the costumes. That's why I was asking if that's what a furry was. If you showed up at a beach party in a Minnie Mouse costume, are you considered a furry, or do you have to show part of your humanity, face wise or something, to be part of a furry? I don't know.
I don't know, but I would think that like a character like Minnie Mouse, well, it is a mouse, but it's more like an actual character. I thought furries were more like towards, yeah, animal, but like a more personalized animal, maybe. I don't know.
Cunning.
To me, that's a cartoon character.
All right, Cunning. What's your thoughts?
Well, she is a mouse, and they do have fur. I don't know. It got me to real. I just remembered that I have a full body gorilla suit in the garage. It just made me remember that. I use it sometimes. I scare the kids on Halloween. So yeah. But
I just
anyway,
remembered I've got a full body gorilla suit.
yeah, I just remembered. Well,
You got way too much stuff if you've forgotten you've got a full body gorilla
I
suit.
do. Yeah, I do.
Because I guarantee you I'd remember that constantly. Well, when in doubt, I do have my full body gorilla suit.
Exactly. Well, that's what I fall back on when everything else fails.
Uh,
I
uh,
remember.
I've
Max
live
says
streamed
it's more
furries.
like cosplay. Okay.
Oh,
What'd you
okay.
say, Lori?
Okay.
I said I'd live stream some furries. Like I know at least one, I think a couple, but at least one that I got pretty good live stream of. It was at one of the drag show for kids protests, and I was just live streaming it, and a furry came out. We had Spider-Man was there, but there was a furry there, and I did get their name, but they played a character,
Yeah.
They don't just
All right.
take
Well, there
their
is nothing wrong with that. I mean,
I, I was going to
you
ask
want to.
about that. What about that? Um, if somebody's dressed in a Spider-Man outfit outside a drag show, is that grooming? And if somebody's dressed in a Spider-Man outfit outside a movie theater promoting a movie, is that grooming? Is it based
Absolutely
on
not.
locale? Is it based on locale? Is it based on um, the actual outfits, or um, what 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 is grooming and what isn't grooming? We need to have that conversation at some point. It would take way too long tonight, but
yeah, that
you
conversation
know,
needs to be had before even.
but that conversation I think needs to be had.
Agreed,
Well,
because it's one of those words that it's getting overused or misused, and
yeah.
we don't have a clear definition of what it is.
Okay, well,
Until I see both sides, or whatever the sides are, until I see people out protesting children being in Hooters, and I've said it before, I know, and cheerleading, young girls cheerleading costumes, and even adults cheerleading costumes in front of children, like at, you know, Dallas Cowboys ball games, and beauty pageants and dance recital type things. Until I see people being offended by those things and protesting them, I'm not even willing to have that conversation really, or argument about those other things you mentioned being grooming, because it's in my mind, this is just my opinion, it's not. Like, I see way more grooming. I've seen way more grooming going on in this so-called freedom movement and shit over the last year. I've seen actual real grooming happening. So I just I've lost patience with, you know, all the people protesting the drag shows and you know, pride and stuff like that. I'm so sick of the hypocrisy, you know.
Okay. Lori?
I agree with Cunning. I agree with Cunning that I get tired too of it seems like there's just so much hypocrisy in everything, really, but on this subject, it's not I don't think it's everybody. I know it's not everybody, but there is a portion of the people who are doing it because they're really simply they're anti-gay or they're anti-trans and it really does have to do with that. And then there's other people that this may be their I think the people like you're talking about, some of them who sit there and don't say anything about the other stuff, but then they say it here. They may be going into that bigger picture stuff, like if you hear from the right, you know, all the bigger grooming, not just the I'm trying to think of the right words, the the one world order stuff and trying to change our society by making it so that the kids getting rid of gender, just all there's a bunch of different conspiracy stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I call it conspiracy because none of it is something that I, you know, that people really know to be true. It's something they believe, but that the queerification or the, you know, the making gay normalized and stuff, that's more of a bigger conspiracy. And so I think that
You
when
feel that's more of a bigger conspiracy.
that's part of the conspiracy that I think drives a lot of people, you know, the belief system that drives a lot of people is that this is where they've accepted a lot of stuff and now they're putting their foot down.
Do you think um, individual opinions are possibly formed based upon individuals' beliefs, whether gay is a choice or gay a is how you're created?
Well, you got to realize, Barry, that a lot of Christians are in a conundrum because their God is telling them that gay is like wrong. Okay, the church is telling them that God is, or that gay is wrong, like really wrong, evil, bad, Sodom and Gomorrah, you know, and then they have a family member that's gay or a child or a friend, and they're in that conundrum where they believe it's wrong, but they still love these people. There's people like that. There's a lot of people, I think,
Oh,
Christians.
no, yeah, of course there are. Yeah, but do you think that let's say okay, let's say that just the two of you. Let's say Cunning thinks um, being gay is a choice, and Lori thinks you are who you are. That's how you're born, and you try to be your true self. Now, with those two different viewpoints and those two different mindsets, um, will those mindsets shape how you look at how the people that have those mindsets, will those mindsets shape how people um, view the issue on a whole? As
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, if you think my theory is, if somebody says, well, it's a choice and they made the choice, then that is going to incredibly limit any other kind of forward thinking. To whereas if someone says, you know, as hard as life must be for kids when they that are gay, why would anyone do that on purpose? and that it has to be who they are, and they're striving to try to be who they are. If
Yes.
if you have that mindset, then you can see more towards other possibilities. I'm not saying there aren't limits, or anything like that. I'm just bringing things up for potential discussions.
But if they're born that, I'm countering that. If they're born that way, then that's a God God problem, God fault,
Yeah.
creator fault.
God created
Creator made
them.
it.
Okay,
If
and
they're if
God
it's a
doesn't create
choice,
junk.
if it's a choice, then it's a your fault and the devil's fault.
That's how the um, traditional conservative Christian, typical Christo fascist thought process goes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Um, not we're not saying right or wrong or anything like that. Um, does that change? Bringing it back, does that change if aliens are a legitimate factor and God is not the potential end all be all? Not, I'm not saying is or isn't. I'm just hypothetically saying if God as the supreme creator is taken out of the process, and we learn that you know we were created by these creatures. Of course, a lot of people are going to say it's a lie to get you to quit believing. um, but if that becomes accepted, if it becomes accepted that there are aliens that created us, and they created the idea of God and religion and everything else in order for us to not destroy each other, and in order, as part of the experiment, to see who would try to be the things Jesus says you need to be. um, if all of that's taken out, does that would that not give a really different look at at the choices of gay, not gay,
It
if it
changes
is a
everything.
choice?
Yeah. That changes everything. That's
It does.
minds are going to be blown, like literally.
I've
There's
always kind of wondered. Go ahead.
You go ahead. Go ahead, honey.
No, I just always wondered before this about the religion and the gay aspect of it, and a lot because a lot of the major religions are, especially now, kind of say like even like the Muslim faith and stuff. It's very they didn't the gay wasn't an accepted normal, but I wonder if that's not because we needed to, like, a lot of this is about replenishing the earth. We had few people here. It was being reseeded, if you will. um and we're getting to the point where we have a lot of people now. It doesn't really matter. So I wonder if now religion will get taken out of that, or at least that part of religion.
Interesting. Cunning.
Yeah, I mean it's so deep. Like I'm coming from a place of being, I mean, I consider myself to have been indoctrinated, honestly, from early on into, being a Christian and in a very hypocritical family,
Well, I think
so
probably 60% of America was indoctrinated into
yeah, yeah.
Christianity. Um, you know, um, different. And for those that haven't been, it's not like a um, one-stop shop. There are many forms of Christianity, including some incredibly oppressive views of how Christianity should be imposed upon
Yes, very
children.
oppressive is a
And
good word. Yeah. Yeah, be
so,
silent, be seen, not heard, do what your elders say, whatever it is. You know,
So we've all been groomed in one way or the other, in some way, shape, or form. When I was a kid, um, the the main toys were army men. You know, um, you they wanted you to want to grow up to be GI Joe because we're fighting the Vietnam War.
yeah,
Grooming has become synonymous with influencing, because really, if you think about it, that's what we're supposed to do as society. We're supposed to do as parents, especially, is to raise your children up to be good people in the way that you feel that they should go. That's biblical.
Yeah,
um, so I think that, we're all responsible in a way for our youth. And the problem is we've got people who have very differing views on what is good and right.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think it just really all comes down to, at the very basic, whatever it is it comes down to good people versus not good people. And, you know, when you see hypocrisy, or you're taught something that's hypocritical, some people are just going to say to themselves, this doesn't make sense. The way you're acting is not the same way you're telling me to be. And I see the hypocrisy in what you're saying and what you're doing and what you're telling me to believe. So, you know, it's just a matter of really thinking about it and being honest with what you're seeing. And, you just have to make your own mind up. And,
yeah,
like,
and dealing with do as I say, not as I do.
yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's the ultimate hypocrisy right there. But
yeah,
nonetheless, there's a whole bunch of that,
there is.
in
But, there
in a
have
lot of
been,
different forms when you're kids.
oh, yeah, so much, so much. And, I'm only coming from my point of view. So,
That's all we can all come from.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it, to me right now, I feel like religion is just complete bullshit. It's almost, to me, it's like the same as politicians. It all comes down to money and control, and, you know, like,
Yeah,
it just, we've humanized
it's been
the thought of
bastardized.
religion. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I I don't I can barely have conversations anymore with people that I grew up with, friends since the fifth grade, because something has changed in me, some basic major thing has changed, and I'm like, no, I don't accept that anymore. Like, just because you are, this Christian, and you go to church and you do these good acts, and you talk about it every day on Facebook or wherever you post or whatever. It's part of everything, and then it becomes part of, well, I'll pray for you, and, you really need to get to church, and, it becomes almost a way to put others down and feel superior, and, you know it just, it really makes you think, like. But I'll tell you, there have been gay people and cross dressers forever, always, and this is just a new way to complain and try to drown out and stop what someone doesn't like and what they don't agree with, and that's not okay. It doesn't matter if you're very religious or Christian or agnostic or Satanist, whatever. No, it's not okay. Just because you don't agree doesn't mean you get to choose for everyone. I'm
Did,
sorry. It's
did you
just not
see
okay.
that? Did you see that the ruling the state or the Supreme Court used um, the guy that was supposedly the one that came and wanted to have um, the website design for his wedding, and she wouldn't do it because he was gay. And she took it all the way to the Supreme Court to fight having to have been forced to do it. The guy wasn't ever gay. The guy wasn't gay. The whole case was a fraud. And now, um, and now
They made a
discrimination.
ruling based on fraud.
Yes, they did.
God,
Yeah, they did for real. Yeah.
Supreme Court. There's an oxymoron. I don't know right now. God.
If it were a circus, wouldn't the aliens be getting out the cattle prods or whatever to get us away? I don't know. Is there more to that? Get us away? Let's see. Let me get.
Oh, the circus thing. I was
Yeah.
like,
Do you
what?
think aliens are gay? Oh,
Are there gay aliens or
oh, there we
Of
go.
well?
course there are.
Let's toss it out there. Are there gay aliens? Um,
I've never thought about it.
I hadn't either. But are they gay? Are they asexual? Um, does creation take place in a test tube? Um,
Can you imagine if we were all test tube babies?
we know about test tube babies. We know about the Dolly. Wasn't it Dolly the sheep? The first clone. Um,
The
so
first humans put here could have been made in a test tube. We don't know, by aliens.
the the book of Genesis says we created mankind in our image. Now it's plural, so it wasn't just God. There was more than one. We created
Interesting.
mankind in our image, and I mean, people can say no all they want, but that's what's there. So if we are indeed created somewhat in their image, um, they were trying to recreate by using hybrids, and they came up with us. If I would say it would have to be if being a homosexual is something that is part of your DNA and how you are born as a human, then probably aliens are that way too. But they may be advanced enough that they don't have the same, desires I do, or or what I'm saying.
Well, I hope it's not. I just hope we don't get down to that. Remember in Demolition Man, that box thing that they both held on to, and that was the sex? I hope it's not that. That's all I'm saying.
Did anybody ever? It just popped into my mind. A movie called Cherry 2000.
I remember that, honey.
Cherry 2000. It wasn't really an alien movie. It was more of a survival, um, end of the world kind of movie. And
I've never even heard of that.
Cherry 2000.
Cherry 2000.
She was a specific kind of robot, and this guy was trying to find a replacement for his Cherry 2000. That was part of and it was kind of the dystopia, futuristic movie after you know everything falls apart. Echo's going to go to an alphabet cult private business and ask them to build me a rainbow cake that says a promise, not pride. see how that works out for me.
Let us know how that goes. I'd be,
I was just asking him when we were going to the Supreme Court.
I bet. Yeah, shoot. If you two want to make some money, you start an IP2 channel and just show nothing but your conversations,
Oh my God, I know.
your exploits.
I told him the same thing because I was like, we maybe we should just like go down and do a trip and just live stream. He doesn't want to do that, obviously, but if you could hear the conversations.
No, honestly, putting your face online. Of course, I've been online for 20 years. I'm in the Library of Congress as a founding father of internet politics and all kinds of crap. But if I had to do it all over again, going completely back to the beginning, I'd never show my face online. I'd never say my real name because there's too many freaking crazy people.
yes, I would
Yeah.
be way more careful about who I gave my phone number to for sure.
Wait a minute.
I'm one of those weirdos. I don't care. I actually had some cards made that had my full name, my phone number, and my email address, and I'd hand them out to perfect strangers.
Girl, I got doxed my
Well, that's how you
name
build
and phone
business
number.
usually.
I'm sorry?
That's how you build a business usually, you know. And
It used to
that's how
be,
you would
yeah.
build that's how you'd build your live stream or your activism or whatever, is getting yourself known. But now it's like, I don't know. It's just dangerous times. It's weird. Heading into the danger zone. Who did that song? Remember that? Anybody?
Dangerous.
Something like Ride into the danger zone or something like that. I don't know.
We had a really interesting conversation here on that too about whether when you put yourself out on social media and stuff, whether you kind of almost have to take certain risks, whether that was something that you almost like nowadays before you get out, if you start putting your face out there and stuff like that, to just know that right or wrong, people are going to be trying to dox you. They're going to be just doing crazy stuff.
Even if you get up and say an opinion, you're
Hmm.
you're you're fair game. Even in from a chat, if you say something in a chat, if you get out here and you type in anything and disagree, you're fair game, unfortunately.
But that's why I started protesting, honestly, was because I was tired of people not being able to give their opinions without having like they're trying to lose their jobs and all this other stuff, and then they get so afraid that they won't say anything. And it was like everybody should be able to have an opinion without like my neighbors, they were worried about somebody like killing their dogs, I mean, like, people shouldn't be that afraid of their neighbors.
I got some crazy neighbors. I do. I've got, up until just a few days ago, the dude flew a Trump flag 24/7, and never mind.
I'd like to know why he stopped. What made him stop? Interest.
The neighbor across the street from him said the guy stopped because he just had enough. And then 2 days ago, the neighbor across the street said, "Hey, I kind of wonder if this guy just isn't kind of going incognito until he goes all full tilt Rambo." And I said, "Bob, I wish you hadn't have told me that."
Yeah. I mean, keep an eye out. Seriously, it's
Yeah.
it's getting closer. I mean, 24 is not far.
I
But
saw a bunch of Trump flags today being sold. There was somebody selling them on the side of the street. Now, sometimes I've seen them like where there's all different kinds together. I mean,
thank
like
you, Just
a
Joan.
mish.
That's what I was talking about. Highway to the Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins. I could think of was Caddyshack, the same guy that did Caddyshack. That's all I could think of. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Lori. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that I saw somebody selling the Trump flags and gear and stuff, shirts and all that today in Texas.
I just I can't imagine
I
that.
bought you something, Barry.
You bought me something?
Yeah, from the Trump guy.
No.
You get it in the mail. No.
I hope it's a T-shirt. I hope you wear it.
No.
Look at him. His cheeks are getting red.
Yeah, no. Not
Yeah,
not
no.
gonna do it. Yeah, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Um and crap, I had something else I wanted to go to till you mentioned that.
If you get a shirt like that, all you have to do is add an F, a big F at the end of Trump, and it totally changes the message and it pisses people off. So it just says Trump, and it will make people mad. I
Trumps.
don't know why, but I promise you it will
Just
work.
putting an F on the end makes them
Yes.
mad. Oh.
It's in case you need to go incognito sometime for your live stream.
In case I need to go incognito? Okay, yeah, all right. I can dress like a Trump. All right, I see what you're saying.
You're in real life.
I don't know. I'm afraid just the thought of it kind of, I'm afraid it'd be like incredibly itchy and I'd get a rash and it'd never be able to get rid of it.
It
You know?
might draw the wrong kind of people too. Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it might. Screaming Steve,
Oh my God. Yeah.
that kind of people.
He would make a beeline, a glory beeline right to you.
You know, I saw him talking about today about how, I love Trump. I love Trump, he said. But I saw him at the Trump rally in Waco, and he was just screaming at the people that were there to support Trump. He was screaming at them about false gods and how they shouldn't worship him and all this shit.
He has a way with people. I mean, dude, if you want to get a message across, like, I've never seen him not screaming at people. Like, I've never seen him try to have a real conversation. He's just always mad and always screaming. Like,
Yeah, I think of the opening reel from the drive-in, the I Am Steve song, and
yeah, 100.
I mean that's just my image of him is just screaming at whoever, at buildings, at empty lots, and it's insane. It's
At
insane.
staircases, random people walking by.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Remember back in the 80s and 90s, like in the movies, you'd see the street preacher, the kind of crazy guy in the movies
The end is
that was,
near. The end is near.
yes,
That guy.
They'd have the sign.
yes.
They'd be
Yeah,
wearing the sign over front and
yeah,
back. Yes.
yeah.
That's kind of what Steve reminds me of, I got to admit.
Yeah, I can see that. Definitely see that. Him being that, uh, yeah. Put what were they called? Sandwich boards?
Yes.
Sandwich board
Yes.
signs on both sides and, you know,
It
eat at
reminds me
Joe's.
of like Baptist churches I've been in before that where the preacher is literally screaming like neck cords just standing out and sweating and red faced and slobbering, just hellfire, damnation, everything bad, that's what Steve reminds me of.
Well, there you go. Two very close definitions. Both you ladies kind of see him
Both the
in
same,
this,
really. Yeah.
kind of in the same light.
If you listen to him, even the way he speaks is like a preacher. he like
It
he gets
is,
his
yeah.
words, puts them out real long for emphasis.
Damnation. Yeah, that cadence that they all have.
Obama was probably the best at that kind of cadence.
He really was. You do that very well. That's nice. I kind of miss that cadence, honestly,
Well,
just a little.
I just want to say I'm America's favorite president, and the gas prices are really low. So thank you to Trump because there's no way Sleepy Joe could have done it. I'm the only one that could have done it. I'm not sure exactly how, but I'm responsible for these really low gas prices now. So say thank you, Trump.
Thank you.
All right.
That was very good. Very good.
Sorry. I guess I'd be in the circus performing, obviously.
You would probably be the star.
Occasional stop at the zoo for some porn, um, some porn star work, and then off to sleep with my mom pet, or my pet mom.
I think you'd be a favorite pet that they'd take to the parties.
Jump through the hoops, monkey.
Look at what mine can do.
Monkey boy, jump through the hoops. Can't
They'd have
understand a
you
word.
doing impressions. They would instead of who you'd be doing impressions.
Makes all kinds of funny sounds. We have no idea what they mean, but the other monkey boys laugh, so Oh my. uh, okay, they're talking about the decision still. Anything else about aliens for the moment?
Yes, I have a
Yeah,
question. What do you think about Atlantis? Do you think Atlantis had something to do with aliens or advanced
I
culture or
I
something?
think Atlantis was an advanced culture, and I think they destroyed themselves somehow.
I think Atlantis is probably, yeah. I think it was Lori, but I think you both touched on it. The fact that it's cycled, that that humanity has gotten to sometimes risen quickly, as we probably are now in the period we're in, advanced very quickly, and either took themselves out or got to a point where they had to be taken out.
Yeah,
So I think Atlantis was probably one of those advanced cultures.
yeah. I I will say one more thing about, well, this. I mean, I don't know how this ties in with aliens, but it's part of the ancient alien theory, collection. I believe it was Machu Picchu, and I don't quote me on that. I could be very wrong. But they found columns that were carved, beautifully carved, with all kinds of animals. And most of the animals were just our regular, the animals that would have been in that area at that time, common. But among them were also carvings, and with the rest of the animals, of dinosaurs, definite dinosaurs. And you can look it up. You can look it up and just go look at the pictures of the actual columns they found that
I
they've
don't doubt
dated.
it a bit.
And it 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 just, to me, what it does is it brings it all into question, because like I said, they keep moving the timeline backwards or whatever, because they keep discovering new things. We don't know much at all, really, in the scheme of things, about our world and
Right.
all of it. So, you know everything we think we know, it's ever changing, and anything is possible. Like, you can't tell me that it's not possible, because it is. It makes as much sense as anything we've seen this last year. Tell me that ain't true. Like, it's
Yeah.
it's possible, definitely. Like the timelines are blurred, and there are huge jumps in technology that shouldn't have happened, and there's no way to explain it. You know, and hey, when it's like I think Lori said it, but yeah, we are the aliens. I mean, that feels right, doesn't it? The way we act, like really.
Lori?
Oh, I don't know. None of it makes sense, but I don't know.
Are we the aliens?
I think we're a product of the aliens. I honestly think that, okay, so God is supposed to have always been here, right? He's ever present. What is it? Omnipresent or whatever?
Yeah, I'm
I,
omnipresent.
is that right?
Hmm.
He's always been here, always will be, all that stuff. But what if somebody actually figured out time and dimensions and all that, and and maybe that's more what the aliens are, they aren't as their time is more blurred for them, or with the dimensions. I don't know. It's stuff I question though.
Um, what do you mean by time being blurred?
Well, I mean, like maybe they like time travel.
That's a pretty intriguing topic in my opinion too. Time travel.
Yeah, because if you can travel forward and back or whatever, even a little bit, I mean, it changes the game. Their technology is so far advanced. It would have to be so far advanced from ours. Science changes all the time. What we used to think was fact is now just, we laugh at some of it. Um, and we're still at that time where we can't explain a lot of things still. Maybe they can. Maybe they're more advanced than us, and so they can do different dimensional stuff, some time travel.
Yeah, I think we kind of have to assume that if they did exist, and I think all three of us have kind of said we believe they do, that they'd have to be more advanced than us.
So you're saying, Lori, that like, I mean, that's interesting to think about. That like it gives a whole new meaning to "we are the aliens." Like it's us from the future coming that went back and have done different things throughout time and are still doing it, right?
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of the aliens. You had figured it out, how to do all that, and so they're not God, the God of the Bible, but they're more along that line of omnipresent. They can go forward and back. Now, I don't know about us being the actual aliens.
Okay, if so, it, did God create the aliens,
There you go. There you go. Who
or
created the
or
aliens?
did God create the aliens, or did the aliens create God? Because according to what Jimmy Carter was told, the aliens created God, and um, Echo brought up a point that I had mentioned earlier. A lot of people are going to say aliens aren't real. This is just a test to see if we have true faith to be able
Hmm.
to be caught up in the rapture. So where are we? Did it did God?
That's chicken and the egg, dude. That's chicken and the egg. You can't prove either way yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
and for what
that's
for
very
what
true.
purpose?
But we could have proof. We could have proof of alien life. All right, we could have. We're just not aware of it, and we could be made aware of it. how do we get proof of God other than faith?
I
I'm just tossing.
I mean, if you
There.
have
I don't
faith
think
in
there are any.
God,
I don't think there's any right or wrong. I'm just,
yeah.
oh,
But if you have faith in God, then everything is proof to you. Life, plants, animals, the world, everything, if you have faith in God. Like,
well put.
yeah. But it also feels like God was something invented by the aliens or by humanity, whatever. Just like way back, they had to explain what they were seeing, and so they explained it by calling them gods. And then we have the Bible written by men, and 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 men turned it into this Christianity or religion type thing. I don't know. It's a big question.
Yeah, and we're not going to, obviously we're not going to answer it in one night, but there, there are questions that if and I, you know, everything I've been kind of told behind the scenes is they're going to make an announcement and pro- probably as early as this summer. Um, if things kick off nuclear war wise, that will escalate and change timelines. But
It'll change. I wish they would do that. I wish they would. I
escalate.
hope they do. No, I hope they come out and make an announcement of some kind. At least give us a tiny sliver of what the real truth is, so that people can start understanding that there's more out there than just them and their personal beliefs and what they use to judge everyone. Like, we have to realize at some point that we are tiny in the whole scheme of things. We're infinitesimal. And infant, I can't say it because I might.
Infinitesimal, yeah,
Thank you. I might be a little
really
stoned,
tiny.
maybe. Yeah, and
Beautiful.
so I don't know. Do you think it will escalate it automatically? People will just like go crazy, run into the streets, freak out, war,
Uh,
craziness.
I think it will be more of um, there will be a whole bunch of denial,
Yeah,
um,
yeah,
and there will be a whole bunch of um, people that automatically assume this is an affront to their faith, and faith is basically tradition. Faith is, I believe the way I believe because my daddy believed that way, and his daddy believed that way, and his daddy believed that way. And it's okay if it's right, but if it's misguided in any kind of way, that's, tradition can sometimes be damaging. So how it could be the ultimate test, honestly. It could be the final test. How do these humans um, respond to our existence?
It probably depends, doesn't it, on what kind of aliens come and what they do when they get here, because like aliens existing doesn't automatically mean Christianity's wrong, or
Great
any
point. Yeah,
religion's
no,
wrong, because God
no,
could have
no, no,
created,
no.
like you
Yeah,
said,
not. We haven't been saying that at all.
God could
Everything.
have created the aliens too. I mean, it just depends on what comes at
That's
us.
yeah. That's the question.
exactly. Yeah.
I'm not discounting God. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I don't believe in God anymore. Um, I'm just saying that there are going to be a whole lot of fundamental questions that people are going to have to answer for themselves, uh, if indeed this comes out, and people aren't used to deep thinking at all, let alone thinking about some something on this magnitude. So yeah, I can see people going crazy and going in the streets and wanting to kill anybody that believes it, and anybody believes it's a demon, and I can see all that.
We get that upset just over politics.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, how would Steve deal with it? Think about that.
Huh.
And see, really, to me, just in my opinion, that's the problem fundamentally with organized religion and the way things are right now, especially, is that they have to be so, they can't take any change or questions to their beliefs, some people. And the very thought of even accepting something different is going to, they would rather die than lose that grip on their beliefs.
Yeah. Okay.
And I mean,
So
that's sad.
yeah, and that doesn't fare well because again back to the LGBTQ situation. There are people that want to totally eliminate anyone that has any of those desires, and they would feel righteous in doing so.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
I mean,
how much less righteous are they going to feel in eliminating anybody that says anything that could possibly mean that God and Jesus aren't real, or God and Muhammad aren't real, or just God if you're Jewish? You
yeah.
know, I mean, it's I see why the presidents that have found this stuff out haven't told us, because
It's not just
that's one thing.
Christianity either. It's
I'm
religions
sorry. Go ahead.
worldwide.
Yeah.
Religions
Oh,
worldwide.
yeah. And you
Yeah.
brought up another thing, Lori. We don't know how many kinds of aliens there are. Are there? Is there just one? Are we talking about? Are we talking about just one kind of alien? Are we talking about um, good aliens and bad aliens? Are we talking about aliens that want us to survive and are here to tell us that there are aliens coming to harvest us? We don't know any of this stuff. And for those that are willing to accept that aliens are a potential possibility, if not probability, knowing some of this other stuff is kind of imperative too, in my opinion. You know what I mean? How,
Yeah.
how, how many
It
different
adds
kinds of
to the
aliens are there?
dilemma. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, of course, we know we're not the only beings in the universe. I mean, I feel that it's true anyway. We just can't be. The possibilities are endless. And
yeah,
by
if you
that
look up
same rhetoric, there's got to be more than. I mean, personally, I feel, and this is gonna sound like a joke, but I'm personally like the aliens that you hear about that kidnap people and do the anal probing. Like, to me, I'm like, okay, well, those are the bad guys. Those are the ones that are just like, maybe IP2, I don't know, maybe Chuds, whatever, of the alien universe. I mean, in anything in life, there's good and bad in everything. Like, everything that's around, there's good and bad, and that applies to aliens. If they're aliens, then that has to apply.
interesting,
You know?
interesting theory. Yeah, yeah. So what you're saying basically is, happy 4th of July, everybody. By the way, it's officially 4th of July here in the eastern part of the United States. So happy 4th of July from where I'm at. I know you two ladies, you've got a little bit of time left before it's officially the 4th there, but happy
Yep.
4th of July to everybody on the East. Um,
Happy Independence Day.
yes. And of course, we're talking about aliens. Um, Independence Day, the movie. So they run the gamut. All right. By what Cunning is saying is you could expect everything from the alien in ET, up to the alien in Predator or Independence Day, with all the tentacles and you know.
What was the
Nancy
one with
Monarch
Tom Cruise?
McMonarch. I'm sorry.
War of the Worlds. That's another one with Tom
Oh
Cruise.
yeah, I never saw the Tom Cruise one. I saw the Orson Welles one, the black and
Yeah, I
white one.
like the original.
It was, yeah, incredibly well done.
I think we're screwed. We better hope that they are nice aliens, because they're going to be whoever has the better technology. We've learned that in our world, right? Whoever has the better technology is the winner.
Yeah,
Um,
but I don't think, I just feel like they wouldn't have been, because I feel like they've been around for a long time and part of our evolution. I do feel that way. So I'm thinking to myself, if they're doing all this just for some nefarious reason, like they've put a lot into it and a lot of time and a lot of watching and observation and being there. With all that technology, they could have already taken over or done whatever they were going to do bad. I feel like at this point it to me it just makes sense that it's more of an observation and an observation thing, and maybe giving us a push forward here and there. I don't know.
maybe, but okay. And taking all of what you just said and what Lori had said earlier about messing with time. Maybe it's not so much messing with time, just that the concepts or they have found ways to possibly bend time or whatever, so that we've been on earth for roughly 6,000 years. Humanity has, according to biblical um, data, and according to some, you know let's just, I don't want to get into specifics on all that. Let's just say we've been here 6,000 years. Let's say that's only like 6 months to them. Okay.
Hmm.
So while it feels like an incredibly long
That's true. Yeah,
experiment to us, it may not really be to them.
that's true. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, if they're doing all this just to, I don't know, take over
Or
our
life.
world, use our resources, eat us for food, I don't know. I feel like there just could have been an easier way. I guess. I don't know.
Or their lifespans, Barry. Their lifespans are so long that
That's true
what
too.
seems so, to us as a long period of time is very, very short to them.
That's true.
Yeah,
We've got, there are,
that makes sense.
we got bugs that are born and mate and die in like a week, right? And that seems like such an incredibly short time. That may be an excruciating long life for them, just because it's not on our time frame, and it could be the same. The same.
Their lifespan is our summer vacation.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Wow.
A bug's lifespan is our summer vacation. So our lifespan could be, you know, their summer vacation. There's just, man, there's so much that it just opens up. All right, we've been doing
Great.
this.
Now I'm a little freaked out, but I'm okay. I'm okay.
Are you
They're
sure?
not going to be.
I don't want to.
I really am. No, I mean, I'm glad just now, it's a different thought than what I had in my brain, like thinking it might be like. So that's definitely another aspect of it I hadn't thought of really, you know,
Well, let's.
how they view time and what time is
Yeah,
to
yeah,
them.
Well, if they
yeah.
did
What
put
do
us
you?
here, if they did put us here, I think of the way we treat inferior, I'm going to say inferior, because they're not as mentally capable as us, like other animals. And we breed them, and we I think of rabbit breeders. I know rabbit breeders back home that do them for show and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and the lines and all this stuff. Who knows if that's how they're treating us? And like you said, Cunning, we've gone through different time periods. Maybe they don't let us get so far and they take us back, or they let us do something to ourselves that takes us back again to starting over.
Yeah, and that could taking it a step further, that could be what this announcement this summer is all about. Is it's time, and they're like, okay, experiment is over, and how we react to it is the test. It's do we destroy ourselves? Do we adapt and evolve? It could be what's happened over and over
Yeah.
again.
They could,
You never know.
some could be taken off of the planet, and what may be 5 years in our time would be 10 minutes in their time, and you're buzzed over to another planet where similar conditions, and the experiment starts over. How are these people going to survive?
Well, if they're smart, they will gather up this lovely
Oh
group
yeah, I would have.
that we
Yeah,
have
yeah,
here, and they will keep us all together
yeah.
and just
They just
let us talk and do shows. Like I think they'd be very smart if they do
I've
that.
definitely got
So
some
I
candidates
hope
for
I
'em
see
for the
y'all there. What
I've
now?
got some candidates for them for the circus. I'm just saying.
I do too. Oh my God, can you imagine? Girl, and all the J6 Vigil doing their flag waving and music and chanting Ashley Babbitt. Oh my God, I think they could draw some alien crowds with that. That's definite circus material.
I'm
the-
wondering how much of supernatural stuff that we think are ghosts or demons or whatever your belief is, but the things we can't explain and all that. I wonder how much of that could be aliens.
great question. Do you watch any of those shows? Either one of you? Do you watch any kind of supernatural shows, ghost hunters? Um,
I do occasionally, but I've found that the more I watch something like that, the more weird things happen in my house. So I have to stay away from them.
okay,
I've got somebody.
I've seen a UFO though. I
I know.
mean,
Lori,
definitely. Go ahead, Laura.
Oh,
ghost
I was just
hunters, any of those?
I've got somebody that lives over here from our little world, that I've met. I got to meet her, and she's trying to talk me into going to a haunted. It's some haunted place. I think they thought it used to be a bordello or something like that, and go stay there overnight and like kind of live stream it. I don't know if I think I'm big and bad, but but then you put me in a haunted place.
Oh, that would be awesome. Do it just in case.
Okay, let's end with this. Cunning. And then will you ladies come back like next Monday night, and we'll continue the talks here on different stuff, if
Sure.
possible.
I would love
Okay,
to. Thank
and we'll
you.
see if we can't get GA and maybe a couple other people to join us. Because obviously, we've just kind of uncovered a bunch of stuff that are going to take discussions. So let's end tonight with. I've had a couple of experiences. I'm going to hold on to mine. I'll talk about them at another time. Cunning, you want to talk about one of yours, or have you had more than one?
Yeah. Well, my son and I a long time ago, probably I don't know, 30 years. Um, were sitting at an intersection, and there was just a silvery disc object in the sky. Kind of, we both saw it, and then it flew away really fast, and we were like, did that just really happen? It was so fast, and we both saw what we saw, and there was no big deal made about it or anything. And over the years, it's just like, well, we saw that, whatever it was, it happened, no big deal. But um, I I saw something um, above the mountains near my house one day in the middle of the day outside in the backyard with a couple of my sons, and it was it was so alien that my brain had a hard time like describing it or putting it into words even.
Alien, do you
And
mean
it
by alien, you mean by the way it was designed, how big it was, or what do you mean it was so
all
alien?
of that, yes, it was. It, I mean, okay, I will say, and this is just me trying to put human words to what my eyes saw. It was gargantuan. It was huge, and it was like this. It was like metallic Tinker Toys put together, but and it also had like just it it was like it was vibrating all the time. I don't know. I just got that sense from it, like this really high pitched, hard to hear humming, and it seemed like it was just a very quick vibration, like, and it was just there, and I saw it, and my brain just went, what the hell, you know? And I turned my head to get my son's attention, and we all looked back, and it was gone. But and it's the kind of thing that it makes you go, you know, it makes you question your own
Right,
sanity,
right.
like, you know, and it makes you say, you know, what did I see that? But I'm, you know, for anyone that's seen anything odd or whatever, you know, we see what we see, and it was real, and I saw it, and it was the oddest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like and when I say metallic Tinker Toys, I, I just that doesn't even come close to describing it. It was just the oddest thing I've ever seen, and it was so big it took my breath away. Like it was terrifying in that instant, and it just so unknown and alien. It was the oddest thing I've ever had happen.
Now,
Honey, that reminds
Uh-huh.
me, you trying to describe what you saw reminds me of the bib, like the people in the Bible, like especially in your Revelations, and them trying to explain what they saw in their and I'm not
Oh
saying
my
that you're not,
God, you're
you
right.
know what I mean? Like just
that's exactly
Yes.
that's what I clicked on.
Well,
That's what I was going to say. Imagine being in biblical times and seeing something like you saw and them trying to describe
yeah,
it as hard as it is for you to describe in contemporary language. Imagine them trying to describe it in, you know,
without airplanes and
right. I mean,
yeah, no point of reference. Yeah.
wheel.
Wow.
The wheel is the
Yeah.
biggest technological advancement is the wheel.
Jeez.
which
So
means
every
we're
My
dealing
mind
with
is
people
blown.
that are very, or not, I say people, but like aliens that are their technology is just so far advanced that our brains even have trouble understanding it, I think.
okay, um y- yeah, I I totally have no trouble accepting that. So out of the stuff of science fiction that we've seen, Star Trek, Star Wars, those kind of alien things, um, transporting immediate transporting people from the spaceship down to land by breaking them all apart, putting them all back together, and reforming them. Things like that. Things that we might, that we're just like, yeah, yeah, absolutely, no way. They could have those kind of technologies, the things that we can't even imagine, as I think you said.
Yeah. And we're getting flying cars.
Yeah,
We're
we're
getting
getting
flying
flying
cars,
cars.
and
We just
we
found out.
have real hoverboards now and jetpacks, and I mean it's happening. So can you imagine there, my God, I mean it's unimaginable the technology they might have.
And um Okay, let's each one of us go back to when we were 10 years old. All right? There's no way any of the three of us could imagine as 10-year-olds sitting where we're sitting right now talking to two other people at such vast distances just across our country, and people watching us, restreaming us to various parts of the world. There's no way we can imagine that as 10-year-olds. But
No.
today's 10-year-old is growing up in this.
Wow.
I don't know.
You know what? That's interesting. I remember talking to my grandmother when I was my granddaughter's age now and asking her to tell me about the olden days, and she would tell me about the Great Depression and things, and the invention of the refrigerator and stuff like
Yeah,
that. You know what I mean?
yeah, they
Like
used to
just
have they
whatever.
used to have
But
blocks of
I'm
ice
gonna sit
carried up.
down. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna sit down and talk to my granddaughter and that's really
Uh,
interesting. I like
not
that.
not only
I'm gonna
did
see how she
not
sees
only did
the
we not
changes.
carry our own phones around everywhere and were constantly involved with our phones, but we didn't even have our own line. We could only call out when when one of our neighbors wasn't already using the phone. We started out with party lines. Before that, you had to ring up an operator and ask her to plug you in to whoever you wanted to talk to. So, just in phone communication,
Wow.
your granddaughter, yeah, she needs to know where
Yeah.
the advancements that she'll never even know about unless you tell her.
I can remember my grandma telling me about how they had when they finally got their first car, and they were born in like 19. She was born in 19 like 05 or something like that, and she said they thought they were going so fast, a whole 30, 35 miles an hour. They thought they were the wind. They were the wind, you know.
Yeah.
And here now today, 35, and I'm like, come on, let me go. Too slow.
Yeah, um and we've gone from not being able to get off the ground to being able to fly 35 feet to being able to fly for an extended time to allegedly flying to the moon and back. We've got a um, thing, we got a thing on Mars, um, Mars Explorer, and the advancement in that short of time compared to the advancement from caveman to industrial revolution, um, we've advanced an awful lot in the past 100 years. Now, 100 years sounds like a really long time for us, but it's not when you consider the history of humanity.
Well, we have direct communication now with people from literally the entire world. You can literally talk to anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. It used to be you had to like give somebody the information and hope that they gave it to the person, the right
Hmm.
thing that you said, and there's so much miscommunication and stuff. But now, I can not only talk to somebody, I can see them if I want to.
Right. You can talk to them and see what they look like.
Yes, they're
I'm literally doing that right now on a
We
phone
are.
with you
Yeah.
guys, like across
Well,
all in
I'm
different
on a laptop,
places.
but you two are on phones, and we are literally doing that right now.
I think that what used to happen was, like, I can remember with my grandma and stuff, like, especially when I'd spend the night, and then on Saturday morning, boy, she'd be on that phone talking to my aunt and my mom, and they would always be on the phone, but you had to call somebody up, and you got like one person, and you'd sit and chat with them for a while, go to another one. Nowadays, I think that's being replaced with this kind of stuff. YouTube, these chats, all this stuff. People get on and watch people's lives and want to it's almost like and it's not just your immediate family. It's people that you didn't used to know. You can meet new people from anywhere.
And plus, it really is because next weekend, next Monday night, we're going to talk about mental health, and it really is a good tool in many situations when used right to help people deal with emotional problems, mental problems. Now it can be just as it can be a devious instrument as well, but being able to reach out to people helps people, I think.
It does. It does when you're all alone, I can remember when I was really depressed and in my house all the time. I found something that was where you could go on and you could watch, people would stream a TV show or a movie or something. And then you could have like a little chat in there. This is when I was first discovering even YouTube. And I'm like, wow, how sometimes I was so lonely because I was in my house all the time that it was like, man, it was nice just to see people talking to each other or being able to kind of talk to somebody and feel like you were watching a movie, but with other people.
And it's slowly advanced. Does anybody remember something called ICU? It was capital I, capital C, capital U. It was one of the early social media chattish kind of things.
I do not remember it
Me either.
I've been on for
at
a
all.
while. I've been doing this for a while. You'd think I'd know more, but the technology advanced so fast. It got so far ahead of me so quick that ICQ. Thank you, Max. It was ICQ, not ICU.
Oh, I remember that. I
ICQ.
do.
Yes. Um, and I'm gonna guess it's like 2003 maybe. Um, and I talked with this dude from Iraq. Um, well, all the way up until we started bombing them, and then I was dirty American fascist dog kind of thing. Uh, but that I was amazed back then, and it has now we can see each other if we want, and we can have as I mean, it's not like it's one on one even.
Well, and that Barry, it changes people too, because if you only really can talk localized, unless you got in your car and drove right, oh, far away, you only get certain points of view. And like, I have friends in other countries, and their points of view are very different than mine. We're raised totally differently, and it's just really interesting. I think now people are being exposed to so much more information and points of view and all that, and I think it's really changing the way that people look at the world. The kids look at things much differently than we did.
Um, Peace, love, and sunshine says, "Do you remember AOL chat rooms?" I do.
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. It is a good
They
it's a
they
good
would get
thing
kind of
in some
risque
ways
at
for
times.
sure.
Some of those would get risque at times,
Oh, they would.
depending on where you're at. Lori, do you remember those?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I remember
You
that
you
sound
really were a good
when you
girl.
dialed up.
That
No,
AOS.
I'm technically challenged. I only had like Facebook for the longest time. I just found YouTube not that many a couple years ago. And I found Twitter too.
So,
Well, it's definitely making it easier for certain communities to reach out and have a social type of thing in their life. You know, people that are in their homes, people that have trauma that don't leave, you know,
right.
or just are antisocial in a way. It's a really good way for them, but it's dangerous too because there's so much crap online, and there's a lot of people that aren't nice or good,
So
and so you know.
let's explain all these grannies. I mean, look at what we're
Okay.
seeing. We're seeing a bunch of older women um, who have found the internet. And some of them do good stuff with it, and some of them do crazy bad stuff with it. We got some crazy grannies out there that are doing, like, people keep saying, why are all these like middle-aged and older ladies doing all this crazy stuff? Well, they finally found the internet and they're being influenced, and they can all
Yep.
get together. All the crazy can get together in one
Is
spot.
it out of boredom
I
or
think
out
a
of?
lot of it is boredom. I do.
I think it's boredom, and I think it's also, I mean, some people have that innate not so goodness in them, you know, so they're drawn to that kind of craziness, and they like it. It gives them something to do. It is boredom, but it also fulfills something that they have inside them, which, you know, they're unhappy in some way or full of hate for some reason, and it gives them an outlet, you
Belonging.
know,
I'm
with
sorry.
other people.
I'm laughing at peace, love, and sunshine.
We got home all fucked up. Well, most people want to belong, and I think people find these groups,
That's true,
find
Pete.
Yeah.
people that.
Sorry, Lori. Go ahead.
No, I was
People
just
want to
saying.
belong.
I think people want to belong to, like, we start to, you get people who they like you, they say hi to you and all that, and they get these little groups, and they can be online, they can be in different states, they can be all over, but still work together. But they do nutty stuff.
Yeah, I mean, some do, some don't. Like they're, you know, it's like with aliens or whatever. They're good and bad and different people, and this is a platform for all of it. You know, all of it. And you find a place where you feel comfortable and you have like-minded people. That's where you're going to go. Unfortunately,
Yes.
that includes that type of person. Yeah, and it does. It gives them something that they're missing in their lives. You know, it's a place to go. It's someone to focus on to hate. Like, you know, some of the channels will, they're always mad at someone, and that pulls in the people, and you know, they can all focus that unhappiness and meanness and hatred towards something, you know.
Do they focus it towards the screen, or do they focus it towards those of us on the screen?
No, I think it's very real. I mean, in my opinion, it's a very real personal thing for most people, I think. You know, they're, I mean, I can say that because I've been part of, you know, all of us, we go through, you know, ups and downs in this crazy YouTube world,
Yeah.
especially. And you learn as you go, you make mistakes, and then you learn from it, you know, and groups get together, they break up, they shift, you know, people go here or
Yeah.
there. But I think for a lot of people, it's very personal and very real. I do.
What's telling is that a lot of them say that they're families, and you're
Yes.
not family. Now you can make family, and there are people, and I will not discount that, because I have people that, I mean, like, for real, I talk to them, and, like, I've met them, and I actually care about them, and stuff, but everybody is not all family, I mean, just because you know somebody or you talk to somebody online a little here and there, it's a false family.
Or
It's
because you hate the
Well,
same
it
people.
is. Well, you call them family, but then the next week or two, you're doxing their house and saying they're this and that. I mean, I don't know. That to me, that doesn't say family
No, well,
real.
I'm a firm
I mean,
believer.
some families, yeah, I
I'm
guess.
a firm believer that family can be anything, and I've made my own.
Absolutely, yeah,
I firmly believe in that, but at the same time, I don't think that everybody that you meet is, like, you got to be a little discerning sometimes, because when you get online and you think that everybody's your friend, and you've got these great families, man, that you don't really know those people a lot of times unless you really get in and start talking behind the scenes, and you still have to put that work in to know people, and you can
Yeah.
really get hurt bad doing that, because like you said, the things those
yes.
people are doing to everybody else that you think is really funny, they'll do it to you too.
Oh, yes, it will get done to you. It will. You
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
Go ahead.
It's crazy. No, it's crazy. I mean, it really, like, I've been in this, and I've been vocal and I've been not vocal, and I've been really shitty at times in chats and to people and whatever, and it's the whole gauntlet. But I learned, like, it will come back on you, and not everybody loves you and is your friend. You're absolutely right. And there are people on here that they would love nothing more than to hurt you in real life, whatever way they
Hmm.
can. So I mean, I have made what I would consider real friends. Definitely, I have a few people that I've really connected with and I'm friends with in real life, you know, and we talk on the phone and we share things, and we don't dox each other, and if we get mad or disagree, we don't go nuts and put it everywhere on the internet. And I consider those people like family, and a lot of you guys I consider friends. But you have to be discerning. You have to, don't just give that phone number out. You're in the moment and you're feeling like part of that family, and it's like Lori said, you're laughing right along with people in the chat and on the on your screen or whatever. But whatever is they're doing to someone else, they absolutely will do to
Yeah.
you.
Absolutely.
And it really makes you think how you act and the things you say.
That's
Like
my
for me,
with dating,
uh,
that's my rule with dating, is that
Thank you, Starman.
is looking at a man and how he treats women when he gets upset at them and he's calling them names and stuff like that. I'm not going to date him because he's going to say that same shit and do it to me when he gets mad at me. Well, it's the same online, man. You see these people, some people, they're very obvious. Just because you don't like who they're going after, they cross lines and are horrible. Well, if you pal up with them, you're going to get bit by them at some point too. They're going to turn that venom on you when you piss them off. So it's just important, like you said, there's some people that you can disagree with stuff. You can even get upset at each other, and you're not going to go on social media and start warring, or throwing each other under the bus or whatever. You're just going to deal with it.
And they also get pissed off about what they themselves have done, but want to take it out on something else, and that being you
yes,
or us or
I
whatever.
think that's where a lot of it
I
stems
do
from,
too. I
honestly,
do
is,
too.
I mean, unhappiness. If you're unhappy, you're not going to be a nice, good person. Like, you're not. You're
Yeah.
unhappy. You're going to spread that
Yeah.
unhappiness, you know.
And we can all be
I know that
nasty
because
at
I've done it.
times. We can all be
Sorry.
nasty at times. Nobody's perfect, and sometimes there's just, it's kind of fun. We have fun, that kind of thing. But I'm talking about like past that limit where people, they show you they are, but you just don't really want to see it. You think they won't do it to you. It's like I said, it's like dating. Oh, he wouldn't treat me that way. He treats her that way. Well, yes, he will when he gets mad at you.
But yeah, I
Absolutely.
totally agree with that.
I can tell so much by how someone treats, um, waitresses or people that are serving you.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Even just saying thank you when you go leave the cash register, things like that. You can tell.
how they treat animals.
Yes.
Oh yes, 1,000%. Yeah.
So did you
Uh,
ladies see that small piece I had about what's happening over there in France? That they're setting everything on fire.
yes.
They let all of the zoo animals loose.
I I
I fell
cannot
asleep.
believe that's what they came up with for a plan. I I just can't imagine.
Who set them loose though? I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I was falling asleep
No,
during that. It was my nighttime.
no, yeah, I know. I don't know exactly who. Um, the rioters, the
The riot.
rioters. Uh,
Oh, I thought it was the officials that
no,
decided that was the best way to care for the animals. Oh my
no,
God, I'm
no,
so stupid. I did.
the
Okay,
rioters ran off the security and went into the
and set
zoo
them
and
free.
set them
Okay.
free. Now,
Oh wow.
I'm I'm
That's
I'm giving the benefit of the doubt and saying the short-sighted rioters thought zoos aren't a good thing. I'm not saying they're a good thing, but I'm saying the animals that have been in zoos need to stay in zoos,
Yeah.
and not be let into the streets of your city. Um,
yeah. They're going to hurt other
so
people or get hurt themselves. Like it's a
right,
lose lose
right. It's
situation.
a lose lose situation, you know. And I don't I don't want to be the old, get off my lawn, kid. But what the heck are these kids thinking?
They've had enough. They're not thinking. They've had enough, and they're
Okay, the Macron, um, the French President Macron said it's because of video games and rap music. We hear that over here too. Um, they've they just had enough.
Barry, I don't know much about my history, but I think that the French have been protesting for so long.
But have you seen
Um,
what's really going on over there?
I haven't, but I'm just saying, like in the last few
They're
years,
great
and
protesters. They really are. Yeah.
yes, yeah. I mean, like I
But this is
remember.
different.
Is
this has
it because
spread to
okay?
Yes.
Because I
other
just want.
countries. Like
This is
it's
spreading to
become
other countries,
huge.
just like the way the Breonna Taylor and George Floyd protests spread around the world. This is
Right.
starting to spread around the world.
So what because I haven't seen it, what actually happened? You said somebody got killed by a police officer,
That's
is
what
that correct?
started it. A 17-year-old youth was killed by a police officer during a traffic stop. It
Oh.
Now it is morphed, or it is being spun, or is being framed, or it actually has what one of those three. It's either morphed into a um, is pro-Islamic um, thing, or it is being spun as it's a pro-Islamic thing in order to justify hatred to Islam, um, or that's how it's being spun. Um,
I know I can remember hearing about problems with immigration over in some of the like England and it would have been France and stuff. And it was about Islam. It was about areas being made that where they were having trouble with them wanting Sharia law and just different things like that. I can remember hearing stuff about that a few years back. So, do you think that I'm just asking? Is that have to do with that with the Islamic community being there? What is the tie-in there?
um, let me
Is was the youth?
let me bring this hold on just a second. Let me bring this back up real quick. I showed this earlier. Let me find it. Here we go. Um, this is the local police chief in France. He's saying they aren't riots, it's war. They, meaning the Muslim migrant rioters, want to kill us all. So that's what the police chief is saying, and the police haven't really been very responsive at all to any of the riots because they're so outnumbered, and now the rioters are incredibly well armed. Um, the pictures of rioters I've seen have been youth. It hasn't been Muslim, but um, you know, it gets spun here too. Um, it's not all, the people that get blamed for the riots aren't necessarily always the ones doing the rioting. Uh,
Right.
so, but
I just was curious what that tie-in, because I know I had heard about like places where um they were like the police didn't really police, they couldn't even really police there and stuff
yeah.
because the community had their own rules.
Now that it's happened here in the United States, we reported on it here. It happened in Chicago.
Mm.
Um, the teenagers took over what's known as the Loop up there. Um, Basically, the giant center part of Chicago, and the police weren't responding to anything going on. Um, it started out in Paris. It's escalated each and every night. It started out with protests. Then the next night there was looting. Then the next night there's looting and burning. And the next night there's looting and burning. Plus now they've got automatic weapons and semi-automatic weapons. And everybody's got a weapon. And these are primarily 13 to 17-year-olds.
That's not scary.
No, not at all.
A bunch of teenagers with guns out running around rioting. Yeah.
Somebody has told me that, and I have no idea. I don't communicate with any teens on social media, but that they're looking for a reason here. Why are the teens so fed up that they're wanting? Are they wanting to? Why are they so fed up? They're wanting to riot. Any ideas?
They're tired of our shit.
They're tired
It's
of
like
our shit.
children of the corn. Yeah, I mean, they're in this world
Children
that
of the
we've all
corn.
helped
Oh
make.
God, that was
Right,
a freaky, creepy one.
right. Seriously.
Hey, Sassy
I
Pants
mean,
Guy Bassett. Hey to everybody in the chat. We're not ignoring you at all. Um, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Cunning.
no, that was it. Like it's. I mean, every generation has that anger towards the establishment and
Mhm.
their parents, and this is more of that, but it's on a bigger scale because the world is more messed up than it has ever been, really, in a lot of ways.
Well,
And they're tired of it. Maybe they're tired of the games and the bullshit and the lies.
my generation just wanted to smoke pot. We didn't want to kill our parents.
Yeah, we were, we were not, it should maybe be mandatory. I don't know.
Probably a combination of stuff, Barry. If
Do what?
honestly, it's probably a huge combination of a lot of stuff. Normal teenage rebellion. Then you've got all the lockdowns and stuff that we went through. That affected people, and look at how it affected us. It affected our youth. You know, um, there's
That is
just
so true. Yeah.
there's so much, and then you add into that the all the social justice stuff that's been really at the forefront. We've got not social media. Well, we've got social media, but also mainstream media. Making people just always so upset and at each other. I mean, it's like the perfect storm. Of course, they're going out and doing this stuff.
Well, you have to ask yourself, just in our community, that all the shit show and all of us and the offsprings of it and everything. Think about it. All these people engaging in all this stuff for the last year. Where are those children? What are they learning? How do they feel? What kind of interaction are they having with all of us and with all of them and the people that we've seen? Like, think about that. Like, no wonder.
My daughter and granddaughters thought Rooster's the greatest guest I've ever had on the show. Because she's the only cartoon character I've ever had on. So
you have to get Sam up there.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam and Rooster, yes, and Baldy.
Yes. Yeah, I've already got I have 5 questions for everybody when I have them on the first time, whether they realize it or not. I slide them in. And I've got my 5 questions ready for Sam and Baldy. And
that'll be a show.
And one of them is and I've already told them this. One of them is, did the two of them write the community standard and copyright guidelines for YouTube, or did Satan himself do it?
That's a good question.
All right.
You know what I was wondering? Listen, Barry, look at how badly I can admit it, even myself. I'm 50-some-year-old woman, and here I am sometimes just saying.
Yeah, but you're a good-looking
stuff,
50-some-year-old woman.
Yeah, but I act like a high schooler sometimes.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Look,
that's a good thing.
Ages.
No, but
all ages is the number of times we've been around the sun. I guarantee you, I'm a whole lot younger than some people who haven't been around the sun as many times as I have, and may be younger in counting years. But that's not what it's about.
But my point is, look at how through all this, like this with the 76 and all this stuff, look at how high schoolish some of us have been acting, and we're friggin' we're as what, middle-aged to older people, and then we wonder why our young people, I mean, like, we're acting like this, and of course they're doing worse. They're young. We're old.
They have more energy. Yeah. Right.
I mean,
seriously.
Age is the number. I feel older than what I am too. Well, there's times I feel older too,
Age is just a word. It's not even a number. It's just a word.
Are numbers even real if we're created by aliens?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
Maybe pi is.
I'm the most immature person I know that's my age, I promise.
Maybe pi's not squared.
It's an adult child. I found that out at my counselor. I went to my counselor and I had seen a brochure and I started reading it. It was about adult children, or I think that's what they call them, adult children. And I started reading it. I'm like, oh my God, this is me. And I told him, and he just smiled at me. I'm like, why didn't you ever tell me that I was an adult child? He's like, well, I just had to figure it out for yourself, but
pay me all this money and you got to diagnose yourself.
I know.
Sorry.
Why I don't go anymore. I just started diagnosing.
Hell, if I got to diagnose myself, I'll just sit and talk to myself for an hour.
Just go on social media. Everybody will tell you what's wrong.
Exactly.
Oh, you can get 10 different diagnoses within 5 minutes.
Everybody on social media is a doctor, a lawyer, a scientist, and a military strategist.
Yes.
Or is that just no, I'm not going to say it. All right. What are you ladies doing for 4th of July? You going to the fireworks?
I already
No,
went.
the
It's fireworks.
Already went?
fireworks have come to
Yeah, I went.
me.
I live streamed.
There you go.
We went to this thing over here that had turtle races, and I actually got a turtle, and Echo got a turtle, and then I started live
So
streaming,
you
talking to my
guys are
live.
breeding turtles?
No, they were races. So we put money on each turtle.
Oh, okay. When you said you got a turtle and Echo got a turtle, I thought,
No,
oh, you guys are
sorry,
breeding
yeah, no, we
turtles.
didn't get.
You didn't
No,
get them. You're just betting on them.
we were betting on them, yeah. And then I started live streaming and talking, and I totally
I
missed the
saw
races.
I saw the beginning of that, but I missed the turtle race.
I did too. We went back, and it was already over. But I asked the guy.
Lori,
I asked the guy, and he said mine beat Echo's, and it gave it the flipper as it went by.
didn't I teach you in live streaming 101 that you don't miss the main event you're there to cover?
How do
I
you miss
know.
a turtle race? They
Yeah,
gotta last a long
that's what I was
time.
going to say. It's not like they're really fast, you know?
He said we announced it twice, and I'm like, well,
Ah, okay. Preoccupied.
I got distracted because they had the golf carts and the four-wheelers all decorated up, and they had a parade. It was pretty
Okay, all
cool.
right. All right. Gee, could have had a chance to see a turtle race. I've never seen a turtle
I
race.
never have
I
either.
mean the tortoise and the hare story from when we were kids, but never actually saw it happen.
I was so excited. I even titled my live about turtles, and then I missed the whole race. I didn't even see a turtle.
Good night, Starman. Thank you for being here. Yeah, turtle soup used to be common. People ate up the population. Um, yeah, I've had turtle soup before, and it was horrible. Um, it was, but is in my family, it was one of the things. If you killed it, you ate it. You know, um, and my uncle caught this snapping turtle one Memorial Day weekend, and the next weekend we went to my uncle's for turtle soup, and it's horrible.
Did he make it?
Yeah, and I'm sure that's the reason it was horrible. If Julia Childs made it, maybe it'd be all right, but Uncle
My
Kenny,
dad,
no.
my my dad bought a couple of snapping turtles off a guy that had caught them,
Yeah.
and I can remember it because he wanted turtle soup. I can remember those things, and I can remember them going into the freezer, but I don't remember us ever having turtle soup.
Those things are vicious. Snapping
They are.
turtles. They're like miniature dinosaurs. They probably don't have those out there, do they? Cunning.
No, but I grew up where they had them, and they
Okay.
used to say they would hold on if one bit you, it would hold on until it thundered. That's what they said.
Hold on until it thundered.
Yeah, whenever that was, I guess. So yeah, they were scary looking things.
And
Echo said something about loggerheads over here, that they're really must be a big snapping turtle.
okay. Well, everything's bigger in Texas.
That's what they say.
The damn
They got.
the damn spider you showed. I'm I'm pretty sure it's massive.
We have those at home.
Oh, we
And
do not. We don't have those up here.
they're not that big.
Well, no, not even
But
close.
they look the exact same as the
They've got
ones back
similar
home.
markings, yeah. But those
Yeah.
down there are massive.
Oh, they were huge, Barry. I saw one. I thought it was a small tarantula.
Have you seen any rattlesnakes?
No, but Echo saw some kind of snake that I think is non-poisonous coming up to get a drink.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. What about what's scorpions? Have you seen any scorpions?
Yes, and
Like a
I've talked to
hurricane?
other people.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I talked to other people around here that are having the same issues with scorpions. I don't know if it's because of the heat or
You're
what,
having
but
issues with scorpions? Are they everywhere?
yeah, well, not everywhere, but seeing them a little too often. Somebody sent me a picture of one that was like next to where their dog like lays, and it was huge. And I've seen a couple too over here. I mean, like I've never experienced scorpions before or any of this stuff like fire ants and there's all kinds of stuff. You don't sit on the ground like back home how when we go somewhere we just sit on the ground.
Absolutely.
You do not do that here.
You got
You learn to sit on your foot.
you throw a blanket down, will that work or
I have a cushion that I set down to watch the hummingbirds and stuff so I can sit on the ground, but I don't know. Even that's kind of scary to lay down on because you don't know what's going to crawl on top of you. There's tarantulas.
Sorry. Tarantulas. Have you seen those
Yes.
in the wild?
Yes.
Damn.
I saw a bobcat.
I could I would be more comfortable seeing a bobcat than a tarantula or a frickin' large scorpion or a small scorpion for that matter.
I don't know. He literally turned around and sat and just stared back at us.
I'd feel better about that.
Would you?
Yeah, I would. I'd feel better about, staring down a bobcat than I would dealing with a frickin' scorpion or a tarantula or
Well, it definitely has changed the way I walk because, like, now I'm always walking with my head down because I'm always watching my feet all the time because I don't want to step. Can you imagine stepping on a fire ant hill?
no, I can't.
Oh, they're horrid,
I
Barry.
sat down on a red ant hill at a parade when I was a kid and just ate me up, and they hurt.
They do. I always used to laugh at my friends, talking about
No, it
these
ain't.
fire.
It's no fun.
No, you get like a pimple where they bite you, and yep.
Did we lose Cunning talking about fire ants?
No, I have the heebie-jeebies.
You what?
I have the heebie-jeebies. I'm like looking around and
Oh,
because
making
I
sure
mean,
there aren't
yeah,
any.
just creepy
Do,
crawlies.
do you have tarantulas and
Oh yes,
scorpions and all that out there?
yeah, yeah. We
Golly.
have. I don't know if have you ever heard of tarantula hawks or they're actually wasps. They're like giant tarantula wasp or hawk. Um, they specifically eat tarantulas only, and they're huge. They're extremely huge, and they're one of the most painful bites. One of the most painful bites known. You can look
Damn.
up videos of people that will let them sting them, so you can watch the people fall to the ground and not be able to speak. Like, and they're just gigantic, and they've got a red tail, so they're terrifying to look at. But when you see them, you know there are tarantulas around. And what they do is they hunt for the tarantula. They follow them, and then they sting them to paralyze them. Then they drag the tarantula back to its hole and lay their eggs. And the tarantula stays paralyzed until the eggs hatch, and that's what they eat, the babies. So these things are horrifying. And
Oh my
we had,
gosh.
yeah, we had one in our backyard, and of course I have my, handy dandy wasp spray, and I swear to God, I hit it dead on. The thing fell to the ground and then got back up, hovered eye level, and I swear to God, it shot me the bird. It shot me the bird, and it flew away. It did not even care. Like, I think it like snorted it or something. And just,
Yeah.
I mean,
You
they
think
don't care.
you think that spray's gonna hurt me? I use that
Yeah, it was
spray to
like,
get
ha,
high.
exactly. Yeah,
Wow.
it's things are
Wow.
meaner and bigger out here. There's not a lot of wildlife, but what there
Totally.
is quite angry. Yeah.
We have some red wasps, and I found one inside. It had gotten in the door with me or something. And girl, I have one of those electronic, like it looks like a little baseball bat or something, not baseball, tennis racket. There we go. And it like will electrocute
Oh
the
yeah,
bugs.
yeah.
Well, I hit that thing, and not
I'll be
just hit
right
it.
back. My dog's barking like crazy.
I kept it on there, and that thing, it was like, bzz, bzz, like, I mean, like it was exploding. It looked like, not exploding, but like the electricity going through it, and it still recovered.
Yeah, that's terrifying, Steve.
Yes.
thank thank God they're not more intelligent and don't like really organize, because they could do some real damage. I'm telling you.
That's
And they're
just,
mean. Wasps are mean.
oh, they are mean. And like, there's something about being from up north, we just don't have as many mean creatures. I think it's because of our cold.
We've I found out something interesting that I did not know. We've been my family and I were planning an Alaskan cruise in 2024, and I just found out the other day that there are no snakes in Alaska, and there are no venomous spiders and hardly any at all. And I was like, that's a really good selling point. Like, I did not know that.
Yeah, it makes you wonder about that, if the heat, because like Australia is one of those places that, I mean, almost everything there wants to eat you or kill you.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's definitely colder climates are definitely safer. Yeah, see, I haven't seen. I've been very lucky where scorpions are concerned. I did have. There's a there's a neighborhood cat that goes outside all the time, and that cat will bring dead scorpions and put them on our front patio. Yeah, I guess it likes us, or they give you a gift, and I'm like, I mean, at least they're dead, but I'm like, I really don't even want to see those. Now I know that I had family that lives in Texas, and they had this problem years ago with blue scorpions. Have you heard or seen anything about those?
No.
Like, they had an infestation, like, through the town, and these things were like dropping from the ceiling in the middle of the night on people's beds and stuff like that. I went, yeah, I'm like, oh hell no. I would be so gone.
Oh
I
my.
would burn the house down behind me.
Dropping
Like,
off of the ceiling while you're sleeping?
yes, yes, they were
No, hell
tiny
to
little
the
blue
no.
scorpions,
Oh my
right?
God, no. That's no.
I'm like,
That's yeah,
yeah,
that's
why would
Indiana
you?
Jones
One
kind of
time,
stuff.
yeah, that like one time would be enough to warn me. One time, that's it. I'm like, and then you moved, right? And then you burned the house down, and then what happened? Like,
Yes.
no, I don't
Yes.
think so.
I'm so paranoid about these little creepy crawly critters that, because like I said, everything here, it's new to me, and it seems like everything here is mean. And I went to the lake the other day, and I started to feel something inside my bathing suit. I thought I had something inside my bathing suit, and I told Echo, I'm like, man, I'm warning you right now. If I find out that there is something creeping around at my base, you're gonna have a naked lady right here on the beach next to you. No
Seriously,
lie.
do the dance.
I
Yes,
will
take it
freak the
off,
hell
do the
out.
dance. No, right?
I will freak out. I don't know what
Really?
And and
regulates here.
some things you can't like. I know y'all have brown recluse down there, And those little like that's the main spiders we have here are black widows and brown recluse. And the black widows are easy to spot. Obviously, they have a distinctive web, but the brown recluses they're tiny and they're just easygoing brown, and they hide in dark places like shoes and closets and pockets and stuff like that. And they can do their bite does such damage to the human body. They're very dangerous.
I remember hearing on different TV shows and stuff, like people in Australia or different places, they would have to check their slippers or their shoes before they put them on and stuff. And I just had never experienced that because like back home we didn't. In Michigan and Indiana, we don't check our shoes. We just put your slippers on in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and that's something you learn to do.
Yeah.
Is you always like check your shoes and yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
And go out and catch lightning bugs.
Oh my God, I miss that so much. Lightning bugs.
How could you do that at night? I'd be afraid I'd step on one of those red anthills.
Right?
Not up here. You never
No.
you never went and caught lightning bugs, Lori?
Oh yeah, back home I did all the
Well,
time.
yeah. Do you have lightning bugs down there?
I haven't seen any. I haven't really
No,
looked
I
at.
don't.
I don't think you
Yeah,
do.
I think it's too dry. Like I think they need some humidity or yeah,
It's just up here in God's country.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, listen. Hey, it's beautiful. I'm not going to discount. It is gorgeous here. I mean, like it is just beautiful.
Oh yeah, some of the pictures you put up and some of the videos and the backdrops of the videos. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've been putting out like some rind of watermelon, and you set that out and butterflies, like just literally when we have those out, I mean, there are so many butterflies, they like land all
I
over.
love that. That is so amazing. I wanted to ask you because I want to try that. I mean, do ants get all over it, but the butterflies still come? You
They
just set
still
it out
come.
and
Yeah,
good. I'm
it's
gonna
other.
try that.
It
That's
does
so
get,
beautiful.
isn't it? Oh my God. Yeah,
It's magical.
it is. I try to make sure that there's not too much liquid. Like if the meat is gone and it's just the rind, make sure there's not a lot of liquid because they'll drown, and you don't want to drown your butterflies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
But
definitely.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna try that. I'll let you know.
they love it, and it's like and we did it because we wanted my cucumbers needed something to go in and what's the word to make
Pollinate.
pollinate them, thank you, so that they would ripen. And so that's why I started doing that. But they're
I
pretty to
will
watch.
tell you, your like out in this area, you can get two growing seasons if you plant your stuff really early, you'll get a harvest before it gets like this deadly heat. And then if you can keep your plants alive, when it's above a certain temperature, they won't produce. But if you keep them alive, then when that cooler weather hits in the fall, you can get a whole other crop.
I was hoping that because my cucumbers did that. I've been
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff with that. I've been making like refrigerator pickles and everything, and then the heat hit, and now nothing.
Yeah, they're like, nope, they have to use all their energy just to stay alive in the heat.
Well, guys, I'm sorry. I got to work tomorrow, so I'm going to have to get off tonight, I think.
I think it's my bedtime too.
And it's my bedtime too. So let's just it's 9 minutes after the 4 hour mark. We've been doing this for 4 hours.
Wow. This has been so much fun, like I've missed this, just
I've
getting
missed
to
it
chat
too.
and
I
talk.
missed it too.
So
All right. You ladies come back next Monday night.
Yep.
I
All right.
will, yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All
And
right.
thanks everybody sticking it out in chat
Yes,
too.
thank you
This is
for
awesome.
all of you in
Love you
chat.
guys.
Love you all. Thank you
It's
very
really a
much.
nice change. It is. I think everyone might agree that it's such a nice change just to have a conversation and talk about things and
without
get away from
without
all
a
the drama
shit ton
bullshit.
of drama and screaming
Yes.
and
Yes, nobody got
accusations and
doxxed. Nobody got called a C word. Like, it was really nice.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
we
Nobody was naked.
poor
but
little
we
guy,
did go ahead.
poor little guy Bassett.
Lori ran off GA. You know, just saying.
Oh, I
You
did.
know,
I'm so
She
sorry.
skirted her. You scared her.
skirt her.
No, she had to cook dinner. She had to. She had to do the dinner thing.
She'll be
Guy
back next
Bassett
Monday.
said he fell in. Guy Bassett down there in the chat said that he fell into a hole that had fire ants in it.
Fell into a hole that had fire ants in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, like, have you ever seen fire ants? You touch. I mess around with their stuff because I don't like them.
Oh
So I'll
yeah.
take a stick and hit it or something, and they just come up like the whole ground just erupts with ants.
When they come up, get a magnifying glass with that massive Texas sun and just start frying them.
Oh
Yep.
no!
Bonfire.
Do you know what we do?
Bonfire, little tiny bonfire.
No, it was funny because Echo, we drive
Pour
around.
gas on them.
No, he gets his car. And I did a couple shorts of him doing that with like uh, fuck around, find out for the ants, and he did it with his car and spun his tire out on top of their nest and stuff. But I
All
found
right.
that you can actually
Go ahead.
get them with boiling water, so that'll get rid of the nest.
Yes, I've heard that.
But
Yeah.
it gets rid of the nest, but some of them survive and re-nest, don't they? I
You
thought
have
you
to
had
do
to
it.
burn them out.
No, you have to boil. You have enough water and do it. Enough on there that you get the queen.
Okay. All right.
So
So it's not always good to be the queen. Just everybody remember that too. It's not always good to be the
Exactly.
queen. Sometimes
okay.
it's
Good
good to be
night.
monkey
Love.
boy in the alien circus. All right.
Good night,
Love
Lori.
you
Thank
too. Thank
you.
you.
Night, Doofus.
Night, Cunning.
Barry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, thank you all. Thank you all for being here, for hanging out with us. We've been on for 4 hours and 13 minutes. We never do this, but hey, the time flew by. A lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to still talk about. We'll do this again next Monday night. Probably have some more people join us. And as for tomorrow night, 4th of July, there's going to be a concert, and I probably will live stream it. It's dependent, though. It's dependent not on the weather. The weather's going to be great here. It's dependent on who the bands are, because the same bands that were set up to play Saturday, I don't think are going to be able to play on the 4th of July. I hope they are. If they are, I will be showing it. But again, I'll go up early in the morning tomorrow and find out, or later on today now, instead of early in the morning. I'll go up later on today and find out who the bands are going to be and if I'm going to be doing it. And if not, either way, I'll put a post up, that I'm not going to be doing it or I'm going to. And then Wednesday night will be July the 5th, and that's going to be the anniversary of the occupation of all.